Holy shit, stream. We're here. It's still Tuesday. It's not late enough for the next one. Hey, hi, hello, welcome. Let me fix my hair before I start talking. it has been another 2 weeks since we streamed. So what have I been up to? And the answer to that question is pretty simple. It is literally just can all be summarized in one word, and that is work. Work has been so unbelievably awful for a while now, even going before when we last streamed. And when I say awful, I don't necessarily mean like awful in the real sense. Like it has been busy, it has been tiring, and sometimes it has been stressful. And in certain occasions, I would describe it as awful. But obviously there are some days I get up and I have a decent day. It's not like I'm constantly living in hell. If I was, I probably wouldn't be streaming in general. So, but yeah, life's been more tiring recently because work has been more tiring recently, and obviously life goes on. My personal life, my social life. I have other hobbies, so those take up time. And also, I just after we did the anniversary stream, the only thing we really had left was obviously the story, and I didn't really want to do the story that soon. I wanted to give it time to you know to ruminate, to settle, and it's been some time. Like I said, it's been 2 weeks. So that's what we're here for today. We're going to be doing 3.2 story for Star Rail, and should be a fun time. So, in terms of housekeeping items, there's quite a bit actually. So, the very first one, obviously, is David, Gulio, Leo, however you want to refer to me. When are we finally going to be starting Zenless Zone Zero? I want to start Zenless Zone Zero. I really do. Honestly, I would rather be streaming Zenless Zone Zero right now than Star Rail. And that's saying something because you guys know how much I love Star Rail. So I promise that as soon as we get through the Star Rail story, once we're all caught up with Star Rail again, and hopefully that'll be this week. I don't want to make promises. Each time I make a promise, it never ends up happening. But when we catch up to Star Rail, whenever that is, I'm going to promise you guys that we will be prioritizing ZZZ at that point. So I think that means once we get through the 3.2 story, whether that's 2 or 3 streams, the next one is going to be Zenless Zone Zero. And that should be pretty quickly following the last Star Rail stream because I am very motivated to play Zenless. It has been the game that I primarily have been interested in. It's the game that I always think about when I say, okay, well, what live service game or what game that doesn't necessarily end do I want to play next? The answer is always easy. So Zenless is coming, is basically what I'm saying. The thing is, even though Zenless is coming, I don't really know when because I want to make sure that everything else is taken care of, right? Star Rail caught up, right? Stuff in my personal life tied up, right? So I don't want to start streaming Zenless until I know that I can stream Zenless and nothing but Zenless for a decent extended period of time. So we'll see when that is. I'm hoping that it could be as soon as next week. It could be as late as 3 or 4 weeks from now when the next story drops for Star Rail, and then I have to prioritize that. I hope that's not the case. What is the next story of Star Rail? 3.3, right? So we got like 4 weeks left on that, right? Ooh, okay. That's kind of cutting it close. Maybe I should be playing these story patches closer to the release date instead of 2 weeks after. But yeah, so that's housekeeping item number one. Zenless is on my mind. I have not forgotten about it. I want to play it. It is, and it will be played. Housekeeping item number two. I want to say a month ago or however many streams ago that it was, 4 or 5 streams. Who knows? I changed some audio and visual settings on all my equipment. So the very first thing is I made my lighting lighter or brighter. Lighter. I made my lighting brighter, and I said that we were going to be testing things out to see if it was going to be permanent. It is going to be permanent. I like the lighting that we have currently much more than I liked it before. And then the same thing extends to the audio change with our microphone input volume. I have lowered it significantly. It's going to be stayed lowered significantly. I like the volume of my voice much better in this setting than before. Before, my voice cut through too much. Sometimes it cut out because it was so loud. This time it happens, with this setting, it happens a bit less. And I find that my voice, even though it is not quite as loud, is actually clear because of the fact that you capture most of the syllables when I speak. So, and there was a couple of other visual changes here and there as well. I changed the angle of my webcam, a couple of other things. All those changes, in my opinion, were positive changes, so they'll be staying. So, I don't think the experience for you guys changes all that much. I think for the most part, it's going to be staying exactly the same. Uh, it's really minor changes that you probably won't notice that I certainly notice. So, housekeeping item number 2. And is there a third housekeeping item? Let me think. I don't think there is, but I feel like there is, and my mind is just forgetting about it at the moment. If I remember it, we'll talk about it. But to talk about the actual item that we're doing today, Star Wars 3-point shoe story. 3-point shoe story? Yeah, 3-point shoe story. I have been kind of weirdly procrastinating this. I don't know why. I was really excited to play the story when anniversary hit because anniversary energy and hype is always something different. And then I realized after I summoned Castris and I played with her for a couple of days, I wasn't really itching to kind of jump into the story as much as I usually am. So I started thinking about why that would be. And I think I've realized the reason why is literally for one reason. One reason. And I'll talk about it as soon as we get into the game. So let's go ahead and pull it up. Let's jump right in. And I think it's a good chance to talk about this because I have yet to talk about it in serious detail. All right. Look at the beautiful train. It's been a while. Well, not for me. Even if I'm not streaming, I'm always playing. I log in every day. Well, for the most part, I log in every day and do my dailies and all that jazz. So, well, let's hop in. Okay, cool. So, as I was mentioning before, there's been, I think, one primary reason why I haven't been as excited to jump into the 3-point shoot story as compared to previous story patches. And hold on, we're gonna get out of here because I can't stop my heart from breaking. It's about to go. You know what? Let's go to Golden Hour. Why not? It's been a while since I've been to Golden Hour. Hey, Petticone, Caster S and Petticone. I never thought I'd see the day. Okay, so I haven't done my assignments. Oh, you know what? I'm not gonna pick them up because at this point it's a bit too late. It's 20 hours, right? 20 hours? So is there something that tells me? I think it's 20 hours. It is 20 hours. Okay, yeah, so we'll wait for tomorrow to pick those up. I think I still did my dailies. Yeah, okay, we're good. All right, let me and my ADHD, ADD looking ass settle down. So why haven't I been as excited to jump into Star Rail? Well, I did say it was one main reason, but I think it's a culmination of many different things. And I think it's because I've been satisfied, if that makes sense. Um, to me, I Enforius is very clearly a very long haul story, right? They announced it from the beginning that they're going to have 8 story patches, right? So basically, all of 3.0 is going to be of Enforius until they announce in the anniversary stream that we're going to have a 3.8 specific story that's going to be focused on the finality. That probably means the Celeron. But aside from that, all of 3.0, so 3.0, 3.1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, those are all going to be Amphorius focused story patches, and the story is going to take, the whole version. So obviously, it's a story that's invested in the long haul, and I think for me, 3.1 was so amazing. I didn't really talk about how much I like 3.1, but I think you can really see it back when we did the story discussion for 3.1, how invested I was into all the story arcs, into Mighty's story arc, into Triby's story arc, right? Hell, even in the other characters that didn't have the kind of spotlight during that version, Castris and Aglaya, and Phynon and Hyacinth, and Axa, right? All those characters I think in 3.1 were amazing. And I think I 3.1 ends in such a kind of 3.1 ends in a way that gave me closure. I guess that's the main way to put it, and the reason why I didn't feel as motivated, right? 3.1 ended with 3.0 ended with a bit of tension, right? Phynon's not here. He went off to go do the trial, and there's a couple of unanswered questions that obviously were permeating throughout the whole game. Whereas I think at the moment, the story at the end of 3.1 is kind of in a nice standstill. It's at this moment where I'm not chomping at the bit to continue pushing the story forward. And honestly, it's been a while since I felt that with a story, and I kind of like it. I honestly do. After every Star Rail story, at least the ones that don't end, a story arc, it's usually left with some type of cliffhanger, right? And 3.1 did end with a cliffhanger, kind of the Naxa, right? But it wasn't a cliffhanger that really like broke my mind or boggled my mind. So long story short, because like at this point I'm rambling, 3.1 was amazing. It was probably my favorite story patch outside of Pentacone story patches. And it ended in a way that gave me closure. I've had a sense of closure ever since I finished 3.1. So it's kind of, I've had to really like, okay, if I want to play 3.2, I need to be ready to kind of reignite the juice, right? The passion that I had towards Amphorius. Not because the passion, the juice has disappeared, simply because it's had time to settle. It's had time to kind of just stabilize or be calm. So that's the reason why. And I think on top of that reason, the other reason is because the game has been, up until recently, and it still is to a certain extent, obviously going through a rough patch, I guess, of unfortunate things. A lot of people are very frustrated with the increasing HP pool and in end game content. Let me speak correctly. And I agree. I am also quite frustrated with the end game content as well, because it kind of feels like you just pull for characters and they are very specifically tailored for that version of MOC, for that version of Apocalyptic Shadow, for that version of Pure Fiction, right? And once you are finished with that version of that end game content, they're not going to be nearly as good anymore. And then the HP increases, and then it increases again, and then it increases again. Like, it's pretty depressing, the fact that my Firefly used to clear in 0 to 2 cycles, right? And now she clears in 6 or 7. And she's E2, S1, right? I can't even imagine, the people who main, quote unquote, main, or whose favorite character is someone like Kafka or Black Swan if you're playing Dot, right? Or if you like a hyper carry, if you're playing Don Hung, IL, or Jing Liu. Imagine those characters being your favorite characters and trying to use them in endgame content and literally them not working unless they are like super hyper invested. So thankfully, we are getting buffs to characters. I know that that's going to come. I think it comes to the next story patch, right? It's going to come soon. And they've announced that to be Silverwolf, Blade, Jing Liu, Kafka, and Zila, right? Oh no, not Zila. I'll have to check. But it's all the Celeron Hunters and Jin Liu, and I think someone else that I forgot completely. I think it was it Dun Hung Il. Who knows? Who knows? But so that's one of the criticisms, right? The other big criticism, not necessarily a criticism, just an extremely unfortunate situation, is all the stuff with the voice acting, the missing voice acting in the game. As you guys have watched me, everyone in my imaginary audience, you know that I have been voicing Don Hung throughout the Amphoria story. It's been really fun. I've really enjoyed voicing Don Hung. But you know what would be even more fun? It would be if Don Hung was voiced. So, um, yeah, and from what I hear, it's not going to be resolved anytime soon. And right before this stream, it was announced on Zenless Zone Zero that they were replacing even more voice actors. I think Rena got replaced. I think Kaleda got replaced, and I think Grace got replaced. So voice actors that obviously were not voice acting in Zenless and hadn't been involved with the story in a long time, they were ultimately replaced because they were striking with SAG-AFTRA, and you guys know the story, right? And in Star Rail, there's quite a lot of unvoiced characters, right? I mean, just taking a look at so the Trailblazer, not voiced, right? Let's think of who else. Firefly, not voiced. Himiko, not voiced. Kafka was not voiced either, if I remember correctly. Was Black Swan voiced in 3.0? I forget. I think she was. But you guys get the idea, right? Who else is not voiced? Was March not voiced? No, March I think was voiced. Well, she didn't really talk in 3.0 all that much. But I know him, and then the other one, like I mentioned, Don Hung. That's the main one because Don Hung is a major character in Amphorius, and it's been a while since he's had the spotlight, and he's just not voiced at all. And the main reason for that is the SAG-AFTRA strike. But if you kind of go into the details of the situation, if you actually take a look at what's going on, you learn that Hoyoverse is likely not even a part of the strike. They are kind of collateral of the strike. That SAG-AFTRA is striking, and that Hoyoverse isn't even a part or isn't even a target of the strike. They're just kind of in the crossfire. I don't really know the details all that well because I haven't read the situation that much in depth. But long story short, Hoyoverse doesn't have a lot of motivation to keep these voice actors as opposed to if they were directly involved in the strike. And also, of course, the fact that public opinion has shifted recently, right? If you had gotten rid of these voice actors, I want to say a month or two ago, they would have received quite a bit of intense backlash. And because of, I believe, a Genshin situation, since then, a lot of people have turned on the voice actors in a way. Maybe that's not the right way to put it, but public support is no longer, weighed heavily towards the SAG-AFTRA and the voice actors' favor. It's more evenly paced out, and so Hoyoverse, I think, has realized that okay, we've had enough. It's been a long time. We're going to start replacing voice actors, and it's obviously a big part of why people recently have been upset or felt turned off by Star Rail. The fact that that situation has not been resolved, add in little bit of frustration with the storytelling, with the end game content, and a couple of other small things as well. And things have started to obviously boil over. So Star Rail is right now in a pretty fragile state, a pretty tense state, I would say. That said, I have still been enjoying it a lot. It's difficult for me to take a game, one of my favorite games of all time, like Star Rail, and to not be able to enjoy it despite its flaws. There are some things obviously that I dislike. I've already made my stance clear on the endgame content thing. The voice actor thing is I don't really want to talk on too much until I properly educate myself, because obviously that is a very sensitive situation. But in general, I think I'm gonna try my best to have fun with this game, and yeah, it is what it is. And obviously all the stuff with Castorus as well, the global passive. I don't know how I forgot to mention that, but I mean, yeah, I kind of agree with the people who were angry about the global passive as well. Very much a very greedy corporate practice to put into. Oh yeah, and that's another, not just Castorus's global passive. Let me talk about something I can just directly criticize that I am not happy with. This bullshit right here. This is not good. They need to stop this. If they don't stop this, if this is honestly at this point cross the line. This is already going in the wrong direction and past it. I am, because as I mentioned many times before, I am in a fantastic, very lucky situation to try and make decent money and live a life to where I can actually, purchase and get all these rewards. I'm going to do so. But for the people that cannot, this is just pay to win at this point, and it is an extremely greedy corporate practice and something that I do not support whatsoever. And it is something that is very concerning for the sake of the game. So anyway, didn't really expect to go into this kind of not philosophical but real talk, or I guess deep conversation about Star Rail. But I think I've had a lot of emotions kind of within me building up with Star Rail, and I needed to get them out somehow. So there we go. But anyway, we are here. I intend to go. Ooh, view story recap. I don't think we have ever viewed one of these before. How long is it? No, let's go ahead and view it. But before we view the story recap, because I'm interested in what it's like. I'm not sure how long we're gonna stream. Ideally, I think I want to stream for exactly 4 hours. That would be perfect. I am well rested. I took a nap. I feel good. But obviously, it's still a work night. I don't want to go. I don't want to be going to bed too late. So, ideally, 4 hours would be perfect. It let me go to bed at still a somewhat reasonable time, and I can get a little bit of progress in the story. But what is the thing with the 3.0 Star Rail patches is they have these long kind of like story elements or story parts, right? With other story patches in Star Rail, or actually now that I think about it, no. Star Rail likes to tell its stories in big batches, right? What I'm trying to say is you can't really play the Star Rail story and have multiple moments where you can stop it, where you can stop playing and have it be a good point to stop playing, right? Like you will play a puzzle section and it'll be a good, at least 20 minutes, sometimes more. Or you will enter like a scene with dialogue or a cutscene, right? And that will take a long time as well. That's going to be another 20 minutes to 30 minutes to 40 minutes. And it's not like you'll play like one section of the story and it'll be like 5 to 10 minutes and then it transitions to another section of the story, 5 to 10 minutes. No, no, no. Star Rail story is told in these large batches, right? These large scenes with dialogue and cutscenes and puzzles and fights and yada yada yada. So it's kind of difficult to kind of feel out and pick and choose your stopping point, because I cannot play the story all in one go like I used to. I like in Penacony, I would take like a day off and I would just go, all right, we're gonna start the story and we're gonna finish it and it's gonna be amazing. I can't do that shit anymore. So we break it into like multiple streams, right? Usually we do 2 or 3 streams, and it's kind of difficult for me to feel out where I need to stop the stream. So ideally, I think I want to go for 4 hours. We'll see if I can find a good stopping point that's exactly around 4 hours. If not, I would prefer to end early rather than late. So it's going to be, I think, a 3 to 4 hour stream is what I'm going to put it at. So just a heads up. Yeah, let's go ahead and get started. I'm going to increase the volume on my end ever so slightly. And actually, I'm going to increase the volume for you guys as well, because I feel like recently it's been a bit too loud. Well, let's keep it there. Okay. Well, I don't think we've ever viewed one of these story recaps, so I kind of want to give it a try. While everyone is awaiting the demigod of strife to emerge from the trial, something unexpected happens. The Trailblaze squad immediately follows Mighty into the trial and rescues Finon, who is trapped inside. Just as everyone breathes a sigh of relief, a new problem arises. Mighty had to shoulder the burden of strife, but the Kremnoans would never willingly give up the core flame to their old foe Occam. In an attempt to gain a better understanding, he decides to first seek advice from his teacher Kratos, a veteran of Kremnos. The two part on bad terms. Meanwhile, Trian and Castoris are dispatched to the Grove of Epiphany as diplomatic envoys of Occam. When they arrive, they discover to their surprise that the Black Tide has struck, and they fight a mysterious swordmaster. In the end, they manage to rescue Anaxa and the core flame that he carries. While everyone is on their way back within the city of Akama, Kratos is arrested for abducting Trinan and trespassing on forbidden grounds. Under Mighty's mediation, Tribi and her sisters agree to reveal their memories in order to facilitate reconciliation between the Kremnoans and Akamans. Unexpectedly, just as Tribi and her sisters are about to meet the Time Titan Ornyx and repair their memories, they encounter the mysterious Swordmaster yet again. Trian sacrifices herself and falls with the Titan to protect her companions. In order to take back the core flame, everyone set up a plan to seal the Swordmaster. The plan suffers multiple setbacks, but Mighty returns as the demigod of strife and helps everyone reclaim the core flame. Not long after, he successfully persuades his people to let go of their prejudices against Occam. He says goodbye to everyone and returns home to join the front line against the Black Tide. On the other side, everyone holds a simple funeral for Trian, who exhausted her divine powers and turned into a doll. Having accepted Trian's last wish, the group continues on the path of the Flame Chase journey. Okay, pretty quick story recap, not bad. Yes! Let's start the mission! I'm excited.
This place is rich with the sweet scent of flowers. Can we stay here for a while longer?
Alright, here we go. Oh, look at her doll. It's so cute, but also so sad because of everything that happened in 3.1. Fair enough.
Ah, it's you, Cass. I finished the anthology of poems you lent me. Here it is.
Oh. But it's actually nice. I like this.
I thought you'd be too preoccupied to find time for reading.
Precisely because of these obligations, I felt compelled to read it swiftly.
Wouldn't all these preoccupations slow your pace?
On the contrary, knowing that time is limited can push one to overcome their limitations. The weight of these responsibilities seems to have enhanced my reading efficiency.
Well, look at that.
I understand completely. During my time at the Grove, the closer exams drew, the more efficient I became at tackling everyday
Bro.
anything but my actual studies.
This is me. Honestly, in college, this is 1000%. Every time I had to study, I'd be like, well, shit. I need to take care of everything else in my life. So I would like clean my room. I would do a whole bunch of chores. Anything but actually study.
Precisely.
Don't agree with her.
As I remember, you and Finon were both disciples of the new Sporists. I assume that Anaxa's exams were as unreasonable as the man himself, correct?
The courses Professor Anaxa taught were Introduction to Alchemy and History of Mythology. And to be perfectly honest, those two courses were the students' greatest nightmares.
The history of mythology, taught by the blasphemous great performer himself. I can imagine their fear.
They hate each other.
Now that I think about it, students would often rush to the podium during class to challenge him on those blasphemous ideas. May I ask, Lady Aglaya?
Yes, please.
Has your relationship with Professor Anaxa always been like this?
He openly dismisses people's faith and questions the very justification of the flame chase journey. Our positions have been destined to be at odds. While you were studying there, I assume you must have heard of his nickname.
Droma Straight and Finery?
Oh, I think we've heard that before.
As I see it, this nickname is more of an insult to the
Oh my god.
Despite his insufferable arrogance,
Okay.
he has a certain respect for his nature as a scholar. To remain true to his principles, he is unafraid to stand opposed to the world, and that requires considerable resolve.
All right, a compliment.
Anaxagoras' life is almost like a satire. As a Chrysos heir, he refuses to heed the prophecy, while he disrespects the gods.
The gods have chosen him.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's true, right? Can my hair cooperate? I have like this one strand that is just like, hey, how's it going? And I want to focus on the story. This dialogue is really fun. All right, there we go.
He was indeed chosen by Circes. Is something weighing on you, Cass? The golden thread is quivering. I sense there's more to this exchange than idle chatter.
With all due respect, I'd like to know what you plan to do with him.
In light of his assistance in the battle against the Flame Reaver, I am willing to grant him some time to find a way to remove the core flame. However, if Anaxa decides to make any move that places us in danger, I will not hesitate to take extreme measures.
Just as I feared.
The Flame Chase journey is the destined path for the Chrysos heirs. Yet he now seems more like an empty shell. Given his strong sense of self-respect, I trust that Anaxagoras will make the right decision.
We'll see. In the trailer, he kind of looked like he was doing something. So
Still, I can't help but hope for another possibility. Perhaps Anaxa will also overcome his limitations, now that he knows time is limited.
I understand your stance. Let's continue this discussion another time. But now, let's greet our guest.
hello.
You're here. Does this mean you're ready to take on Orynyx's trial? It seems that this sacred beast is just as
I want to know. I don't know if I will call it a sacred beast.
ties to the Titan.
Yeah, it's more them taking the child than me. And my eyes are still dark.
Surrendering the core flame is a Chrysos heir's duty. Your selfless assistance is deeply appreciated. However, I urge you to carefully consider the risks of accepting the trial. Becoming a demigod means forsaking your humanity. You will inherit Orynyx's divinity and bear the time of Amphorius, all on your own. From that point onward, your fate will be forever intertwined with ours, never to be separated again, until the end of Genesis.
Something to. I'm trying to talk.
On the contrary, you are the only one who qualifies to attain divinity. Yet, for that very reason, I do not wish to pressure you. It's exceedingly rare to find a capable Chrysos heir. If this path proves unattainable, I am willing to lower my expectations.
Oh, interesting.
There are still many priests of Yanisopolis and their descendants in the city. If I'm left with no other option, I'll try to find someone worthy among them.
Okay. No, I'm kind of tempted, but I like this one.
Mem worry. Memmy, memmy, mem. Memmy, mem, mem, mem. Memmy, mem, mem, mem.
Did she say mem worry? Don't not. She didn't say don't worry. Did she? She said mem worry. Mem worry, mem.
Mem, memmy, mem. Mem, memmy, mem, mem, mem. Hero.
Mm.
Memmy, mem, mem. Mem, 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 mem. Memmy, mem, 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 mem. Mem, mem, memmy, mem, mem.
It looks like you know that Titan rather well.
Mm-hmm.
Memories that exist outside of your own experiences.
I can't explain why, but I can vouch for Mem's words. When I was in the abyss, I heard the Titan's groans, full of pain and grievances, yet without any ill will.
Mm-hmm.
Since you've made your decision, go back to the bath chamber and get some rest. Trinan will call for you when the ceremony is ready.
Okay.
It is difficult for me, as the guide, to absolve myself from blame for things to have progressed to this point. Time and again, you have risen to the occasion for Akima. Nearly rewarding you with some honeydew is no longer able to express the extent of our gratitude.
I think this is, except for the like right after what she did to us in 3.0. This is probably the most amount of, I don't want to say regret, but guilt that she's kind of outwardly expressed to us for what she did in 3.0. And I've said many times before, I understood her position in 3.0 1000%. I am mostly on the side that Aglaya, she did something wrong, overreacted, very paranoid person, right? But I understood why her actions were so extreme at that point. So, but it is nice to see that she's still thinking about that.
When the dust settles, I hope that we'll have the chance to have a long chat regarding your return journey and the curse of the sky. It's about time that we lift the taboo and discuss things openly.
Also interesting.
Mister, may everything go well for you and Mem.
Why, thank you.
It's nothing. I only came to discuss some matters with Lady Aglaya. Previously, I lent her an anthology of poems that Lady Trian had gifted to me. Tracing back, this anthology was something left for Lady Trian by a bard before their passing. Although personal properties should be cleared out once their owner has passed on, Lady Trian gave this book to me since she knew how much I like to read. No, it's just an ordinary book. It's definitely not some kind of unique copy. It just
Maybe the
contains
contents?
a story. In a faraway land, in a city
There we
named
go.
Styxia, a dragon corrupted by the Black Tide descended one day, swooping upon the city like death itself. It swallowed the princess of the city whole before it was suppressed.
Gee,
After
okay.
taking down the evil dragon, the warriors discovered that the princess's life had already met its end. Overwhelmed by grief, the queen hired an alchemist to resurrect the princess using the dragon's flesh and blood. However,
Okay.
having lost memories of her previous life, the resurrected princess turned into an evil dragon herself and wreaked havoc on the city. As a result, the prosperous Styxia met its demise.
Well, goddamn. What? Okay, no. There are some funny responses I'm willing to select. So far, I have not been willing to select them. I wonder what kind of foreshadowing that is.
The author of this book is Archepia, a wandering bard who
Okay.
traveled to many cities. Among the things she left behind are poems, dictionaries, and many tragicomedy scripts. She even clearly underlined and took notes in books that covered myths with her elegant handwriting. While flipping through these books, I felt like I was afforded a glimpse into the life of Archepia. It felt just like I was traveling with someone that I'd never met before.
Interesting.
It was as if she had yet to pass on and was still alive.
Well, if anyone isn't in touch with something like that, it's you.
That's right. Writing, drawing, and taking photographs. It seems like human nature to try and leave records of things.
Absolutely. This is something I agree with. Very much so.
Speaking of taking photographs, When I was helping you to take the photo previously, I did not look through the photos in your photo stone out of courtesy. But I'm also very curious about the story of the Rosy Celestial Maiden. Despite having visited many cities in Amphorius, I still understand
Aw,
nothing
wait,
about
this
the
is really
world
cute.
beyond the sky. If there is an opportunity, forget it. Let's talk about this in the future. For now, I only hope that you'll be able to complete the trial safely and obtain Orynyx's blessing. May you complete the trial safely and obtain Orynyx's blessing.
Hold on, I want to sneeze. Alright, sneeze stopped halfway, but it probably will come back. Is Aglaya anywhere? Doesn't look like it. Maybe she went up. Oh no, this is up. Okay. Well, we're going to Don Hung. Don Hung! Time to voice act again. I'm gonna walk around as myself on this team, I just realized. Oh my god. For a second I thought I saw Sunday and I was like, holy shit, what the fuck? Hey, Fight On, how's it going, brother? Citizens Assembly.
That's right. Oh, partner, you're back just in time. This is something that the both of you should probably know.
More trouble?
I wouldn't call it trouble. I just think it will be favorable if the both of you understand the situation in Akuma.
Yes, agreed. 1000%. This is something I've been asking for in my head for a while. Do you remember? I'm gonna try again. Do you remember the Council of Elders that was on our heels previously? It seems like they've made their move.
Some background information for you. The Council of Elders is an authoritative body in Amphorius, made up of different city representatives. They hold legislative power over the Holy City, and are in charge of presiding over the Citizens' Assembly held once every few years.
Okay.
This is the most important social event of Akuma. It is highly influential, and can even affect what happens to the Flame Chase journey. Despite her vision and wisdom that spans across thousands of years, even she cannot win over the hearts of everyone.
Perhaps you should retake some exams next time we visit Paperfold University.
Every 5 to 10 years, the Council of Elders organizes a Citizens' Assembly at Dawncloud. During the assembly, the representatives will vote on major issues, such as whether the Chrysos heirs led by Aglaya should still hold the right to govern the Holy City, and whether the Titan's conquest should continue.
It sounds like some sort of system to balance the heroes and the mortals.
That is correct. However, the problem lies in the fact that there are ill-intentioned extremists in the Council of Elders. They view the Citizens' Assembly as a way to restrain the Chrysos
Yes.
heirs and hope to take complete control over the Flame Chase journey.
We saw that earlier with that assassin.
We can refer to them as the opposition. During the assemblies held in the past 100 years, the voices supporting the opposition have been growing stronger in the shadows. It's only thanks to Aglaya that the Flame Chase journey has been able to continue to this day. The Citizens' Assembly is just around the corner, but this time, there seems to be a new variable to the situation.
An accent? It looks like you've realized it as well.
I'm afraid that the Council of Elders might want to take advantage of Professor Anaxa. Aglaya will surely take back Circe's core flame, but with Anaxa's current condition, it's so unique that nobody knows how taking the core flame away from him will affect him.
Right.
He has always been someone that is only concerned about his own research. I'm certain that he must want to escape from the monitoring of the Golden Thread and protect himself. If the opposition were to offer an olive branch at this time,
I wouldn't be so sure. I don't think Anaxa respects the opposition. You suspect that he might betray the Flame Chase journey and defect toward the Council of Elders.
Anaxa has never believed in the prophecy, so technically it cannot be considered a betrayal. However, he has taught Chrysos heirs, and has long been considered an important ally of Akuma. I truly do not wish to see comrades turning on one another.
I have a better understanding of the full picture now. Is there anything that we can do?
As I believe in his character, I plan to plead with Aglaya and try to buy more time for him. Then, the greatest way in which you can help is for you to know what I am fighting for.
We understand. Thank you for being honest with us. Things are piling up. Things are piling up again. Trailblazer and Mem are tied up with Oryx's trial. And while I'm preparing to visit the Grove to uncover clues about the world beyond the sky.
Allow me to apologize for the fact that we always seem to be troubling you. I hope that Oryx will show more benevolence and be more accommodating. I remember that they seemed quite fond of you back in the Abyss.
I wouldn't necessarily, aside from the thing with Aglaya, I wouldn't necessarily say it's the Chrysos heirs that's been troubling us. It's really just more the situation within Emphorius being as shitty as it is.
Go and rest and regain your strength. We'll meet at the Vortex in a few days.
Okay.
Right. You can read this scroll if you want to find out more about the Council of Elders and the Citizens' Assembly.
Oh, Jesus, this is long. Okay, well, I feel like this is important, so we'll read it. Democratic politics have always fascinated citizens of different city-states and Emphorius. When Akuma was first established, its democracy was limited to a privileged minority. However, through ongoing reforms, the Akuman Citizen Assembly took to the stage, transforming Akuma's governance into a democracy for all, where the Citizens' Assembly made every decision. It's important to note that as a black tide draws near and citizens from the other states join Akuma's political life, the precious rights of Akuma's original citizens are becoming increasingly diluted. Consequently, voices calling for reforms within the Akuman Citizen Assembly system grew ever louder. Democracy is only one of the consequences of civilization's development, rather than the cause of development. For democracy to be productive, it must appoint different rules for different societies, situations, and issues. No single rule can be optimal for all scenarios. In other words, Akuma's Citizens Assembly will continue to evolve as this book is written. Due to time limitations, this publication focuses only on the current Akuman Citizens Assembly, not its future developments. Readers should bear this limitation in mind. Interesting way to start what seems to be some form of constitution regarding the Citizens Assembly. Citizenship and citizenship policies of Akuma. Before examining the Akuman Citizens Assembly operational mechanisms and core functions in depth, we must first address the matter of citizenship rights, and citizenship policies of Akuma. The elders have once noted that Akuma is a collective of free citizens. Due to substantial power citizens possess, citizenship qualifications must be strictly regulated to ensure citizens' rights. Discussions on recognition of naturalized citizens' rights were once foci of disputations between the leader of the Chrysos heirs and the Council of Elders. As more Emphorian city-states fell over time and as the Black Tide drew closer, citizenship rights reforms became imperative. Judging from the final outcome, citizens from all holy states have equal citizenship rights in the holy city and can have equal participation in public matters. While social differences naturally exist between rich and poor, locals and travelers, the holy city of Akuma will not allow these social distinctions to become political divisions. It will ensure complete political equality among all citizens. Operational mechanisms of the Citizens' Assembly. Barring emergencies, Akuman's Citizens' Assembly follows strict protocols when it is called. The current Council of Elders, a governmental entity made of representatives of the city-state, posts the upcoming Citizens' Assembly agenda and the venue, usually Dawncloud in the Holy City, at the Wall of Heroes before each meeting. Usually, topics are proposed by the Council of Elders members before the Assembly and become officially Assembly items after receiving majority Council approval. The Council predetermines which matters to address and when. Once confirmed, the Council Chairman hands over the agenda to the Council of Elders Assembly Chair, who presides over the meeting. Okay, so there's a Council Chairman and an Assembly Chair. Normally, matters could not be discussed at a citizens' assembly without prior council review. Council reviewed matters yield only two outcomes: either they're already thoroughly discussed and only need citizen votes, or they require citizens to hold debates to reach final resolutions during the assembly. Results are tallied using pottery shards blessed with Kefali's runes, with voting dahlia placed throughout Akuma during assemblies. After thorough discussion and voting of all proposals, the Council of Elders posts approved decrees at the Wall of Heroes. Core functions of the Citizens' Assembly. The Assembly wields the important capacities of legislative power, the appointment of government officials, declaring war, conceding peace, and the actual control of armies during wartime. Yet, historically and practically, Akuma's Citizens' Assembly isn't fully controlled and directed by citizens, but rather a means to ensure that elites who represent the majority social interests can effectively manage social matters. In other words, the current system where the leader of the crisis heirs and the Council of Elders jointly manage Akuma was decided by the Akuman Citizens' Assembly system. Citizens influence policymakers through voting and other means of political participation rather than directly managing social affairs or making political decisions. Elected officials, effectively. Appendix: Principal members of the Council of Elders. The Council of Elders is a governmental organization consisting of representatives from Ephorus' city-states. While most are elected by their city-states, some receive direct invitations from current Council of Elders members. Authorized by the Citizens' Assembly, they manage various political affairs within Akuma. The most renowned honorary elder is Lycurgus, and Antikytheron, a race that was already nearly extinct before the Crisis War. He had communicated directly with Kefali multiple times during the Era Chrysia and passed the wishes of mortals to Kefali, showing himself as a true Therios. Lycurgus' neutrality is well noted by all, which explains his frequent selection as the Citizens' Assembly chair. Interesting. Antikytheron. Okay. Significantly, Elder Canis has shown great effectiveness in Akuma's governments and gathered many followers. Many believe Canis will leverage accumulated resources to challenge the current situation where the Crassus heirs hold real authority to transform Akuma's political structure. She was the assassin we saw. And Lycurgus is someone I assume we will meet in this story patch.
Nervous. Nervous.
Bro, I love when it's just a random English word thrown in the middle. Let's just hope that everything goes well. After all, as someone who has earned the gaze of an eon, you should be able to overcome the trial of a regional god just fine. We've also unknowingly gotten used to sleeping with the midday sun shining brightly above our heads. Get some rest. Perhaps a new phase of our trailblazing expedition in Amphorius is about to begin. Absolutely. I fully believe this. In fact, it's the title of our stream on both YouTube and Twitch. Things are about to shift. The narrative is about to take a turn.
Esteemed one, Orynyx's vacant totem awaits. If you have already made your preparations to become a pillar of Amphorius, please step forward.
Can I talk to everyone first?
Mister, I'm sorry, but I'm not sure what I should say to help calm your nerves. Right. Perhaps something like, as long as you can successfully complete this trial, the rest of the flame chase journey will be smooth sailing?
Optimistic, but also a lot of pressure.
Oh, that sounds a little strange. Don't worry. It won't take up too much of your time.
Oh,
Um,
this is really cute.
don't worry. You'll definitely make it back alive? Oh,
It's okay, Castris.
sorry. It seems like I've made the mood even heavier. In any case, may everything go your way.
Accepting a Titan's trial is a very peculiar experience. I'm afraid that I'm not able to accurately describe it. You can only go and experience it for yourself. I believe that you'll be able to pull it off.
Thank you.
I can still vividly recall when you entered the vortex of Genesis for the first time. At that time, I could never have imagined that a guest from beyond the sky would shoulder the fate of Amphorius.
Yeah, me neither.
Don't feel burdened. Just like during the trial of strife, Trinan and Finan will be waiting for you outside. If something unforeseen were to occur, they will intervene in the trial and rescue you.
Okay.
May Cathali bless you.
Chippy. Okay, so I can't talk to Chippy. Where's Don Hung? Did you just leave me out to dry?
Little Gray and Mem, thank you. Your resolves cannot be questioned. We praise your pure selflessness and courage. May Cathali light your path forward.
Well, thank you.
Get ready to assume Orynyx's divinity, Trailblazer.
Well, there's Don Hung.
The divine position of Orynyx has already been vacant for some time. We can feel the space of the trial closing. As there isn't much of their soul left, we'll have to complete the ceremony before their soul completely dissipates.
True.
The eighth core flame coveted by the miracle that once belonged to the great veil of Evernight, Orynyx. It shall now be returned by the two elected heroes of the Chrysosairs. A traveler who is upright and courageous, and a sacred beast that invokes miracles. Mem 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 who? Mem 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 mem. Both of you, please, come forward. Recite along with us. O Majesty of the 12 Titans, pillars of the world, we seek your divinity to mend the rifts of the world. Fill our bodies with blood of gold, till we wither in willing service to the prophecy.
I feel like I'm supposed to voice act this, but I think it's too late now.
These are just words meant to make the prayer seem more solemn.
I'm sorry.
Focus.
Yes, please focus, Trailblazer. Kalis.
And surrender the core flame.
Cutscene? All right, here we go. Oh. We have to go through the trial though, right?
Orynyx. Their soul has been waiting for a long time.
Perhaps they're also quietly waiting for the arrival of their successor.
That doesn't seem appropriate for the current mood. So let's just leave the farewells for next time.
Don't worry, you're tougher than I am, right?
Let's do this. And we're gone.
Traveler from beyond the sky, let us pray that the Titan acknowledges your worthiness.
Although he loves cracking jokes at inopportune times, his determination is as strong as the Chrysos heirs. He will definitely succeed.
Aw.
While he's away, I would like to have a chat with you, Aglaya.
Ooh. What are you thinking?
Speak. I'm listening.
Okay. Of course.
Slap, slap. Wake up.
Hi, Mem.
How is it? How do you feel?
True. Bro, how come every time Mem makes some form of like major significant progress, it always takes me a while to register?
Right? I think that it's amazing too. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
Oh, I actually really like her voice.
I have such a cute voice. It must be because of all the memories that I collected. They allowed me to grow beyond expectations. Also, listen. The words of the Titan are becoming clearer. Mother. Mother. It hurts. Have I finally reached the end? Are the years of isolation coming to an end?
This is continuing for what we heard from Ornix in 3.0.
Or next. Oh, how heartbreaking. Ever since the figure draped in the black cloak robbed them of their core flame, they have been relegated to waiting in isolation in such a confined space. We are going to help alleviate their pain, right?
I mean, if we can.
Broken. Mother. Where? Mother? Who are they calling out for?
Certainly something related to Cyrene, I think.
You. It's you. I remember you. Skyfather has gazed upon you.
Oh?
Mother is calling for you.
Yeah, 1000%.
Skyfather has chosen you.
So fully is. I want to say Mother Cyrene. Cry of a baby. That's I did hear something like that.
Mother is no longer responding. Something important. An important matter. Oryx, listen to me. Aren't you tired? Throughout the long years, you have always been protecting the fate of Amphorius. Each time people draw strength from within their memories, every single ripple falls onto your shoulders.
This is a fantastic scene.
There's no need for you to bear this any longer, Oryx. From today onwards, someone else will bear time on your behalf. This is why we have come. Freedom. Freedom. I want freedom. Oh, poor child. Everything will be fine. Let us help you. You can have a good rest now.
Mem speaking with poor child is interesting. And that is?
Lacking something. What is it?
Like the rest of our memories, maybe?
What you lack is a future.
Oh.
Future?
What we saw with Castris at the end of 3.1, maybe.
Traveler from the sky. You should have dissipated already. The gaze from Skyfather stabilized your form. Because from the moment you crossed the sky, your life was cast away.
Huh?
Right now, you are simply a collection of walking memories.
Excuse me? Is that why we can touch Castris? Because we're dead already?
What? How is that possible?
Yeah, agreed. But what killed us then?
The space is collapsing. Someone must inherit the authority of time. If the pillar is lost, the laws of time will collapse. Emborius will succumb to
Even if we don't have a future, it sounds like we have no choice.
time. Never compromises. Never bears grudges. Never forgives. Never makes a choice. Child of humanity. Titans. Mother. Sky Father. Time restrains everything that exists in this world. Orynyx's divinity is dissipating? Is the trial coming to an end? Pathstrider of remembrance. My strength. I shall entrust to you.
Whoa, a Titan directly calling out a Pathstrider. And of the remembrance.
The fate of the world. If you wish to save it, go and find your future that has been stolen. Even if that means you'll have to cheat death. You'll have to challenge that. Hand of shadow, clasped with unyielding fingers.
Before the passing of 15 entry hours, go forth and reclaim your future. This is the true trial of time. Holy shit. A trial held outside the vortex. That's crazy. Hey, you're finally awake. I'll keep it simple. You succeeded. Ornyx has entrusted you with their divinity. Now you're no different from a demigod of Amphoris. However, Mem has told me about what happened during the trial. They are still explaining things to the others and told me to bring you back to your room to rest first. There's something that I've never told you. When we landed on Amphoris, our car was pierced by Nigador's lance. Do you remember? Back in the ruins of the Abyss, this was what I said. You passed out when our car got hit. I blacked out too, but not before dragging you out. It's a good thing we were in the car, or we would have been crushed to pieces. Actually, my account kind of made light of the situation. What actually happened was much more complicated. You were severely injured back then, with several wounds still bleeding profusely. I struggled to carry you out and used the last of my strength to stem the bleeding. But then, I was also hit by a falling rock and lost my consciousness. The last time I checked, you still weren't breathing. But when I regained consciousness, I saw that you were alive and full of energy. So I never brought this up again. I want to select this, but I also want to select this one because this is a really serious scene. But I feel like this is honestly in character. I feel like he wants to cheer Dan Hung up. That's beside the point. I'm not sure whether the gaze of Fully has anything to do with this matter, but according to the Titan, you are living in the form of a memory now, just like those objects of the past in the miracles of Oryx. Holy shit, I was not expecting this at all. Perhaps Mem is the anchor rope that ties you to the present. I'd assumed they couldn't stray too far from you, but the truth might be the exact opposite. It's not time for us to despair yet. There must be a way to save you. Ornix mentioned finding your stolen future and cheating death. Considering Mighty's indestructible body, it seems to suggest that there is some kind of miraculous power in Amphorius that can even reverse death. The key seems to lie within the Hand of Shadow, whose whereabouts are unknown.
Hey, are you alright?
Hi, Mem.
I heard you two talking about Thanatos. Cass is also very concerned about the warning.
I would figure.
She has left the vortex and returned to the garden. Shall we go and look for her? Thanatos is the Titan that Cass has always been looking for. Regardless of whether there are any clues, there's probably no one else that understands death better than her.
Yep, exactly. Also, nice to see that she's able to talk now outside of the vortex as well. Let's do that then.
Oh, right. There's something that I have to tell you. The Chrysosaurs already know everything that has happened to you.
It's okay.
I was too worried, so I told them everything. Please don't hate me, okay?
No, I would have told them everything. It's okay. Bro, can my hair stay in place? Hello? I think there we go. If anything, I want to speak with Aglaya first. I need guidance. Like, hey, boss, I'm dead. What do we do? Oh, okay. How far is this? She's in the garden, right? I kind of want to have a good distance here, so I'm gonna. Yeah, I don't want to teleport too close. Let's start here. Let's build up some tension as we make our way to Casters.
Mister, I'm right here. Please stay there and slowly turn around.
Oh.
Please pardon me.
Whoa. That is a line. Your death was not thorough.
Just as I expected. I cannot feel anything. Back at the grove, I was puzzled as to why you were not affected by my curse. I thought that it might have been the special ability of a traveler from beyond the sky. Never did I expect that this would be the true reason.
Yeah, me neither.
I'm sorry. I should have noticed that something was amiss earlier. Mister, if my abrupt behavior just now offended you, I hope that you can forgive me.
That's okay.
I'm just thinking, if your soul has really left your body, as a mortician, I might be able to trace where it has gone to.
Cass, did you find anything?
My apologies. Not as of yet. Perhaps I have overestimated my capabilities. But, Mister, would you be willing to let me try again? This time, I'll increase the area of contact slightly. Perhaps the result might be different this time.
Sure.
I have never touched the living in this way before. If my actions are in any way disrespectful, I hope that you can forgive me. I seem to have caught a glimpse of something. Your soul is currently roaming someplace and cannot find a way to escape.
Huh.
Perhaps it might not be a bad thing. If your soul is still wandering around, it means that we still have time. We have a chance to find it before the fingers of Thanatos sweep everything away.
Sure.
Clues. Just a few more. I need more guidance. The connection has been severed. With my strength, I'm not able to trace it. It was me. I was a little too hasty. Don't worry, mister. Although we currently have no leads, I will do my best to search for the whereabouts of Thanatos, bring back their core flame, and personally return to you the life that you have lost too soon. I know that I'm lacking in confidence, but I hope that you can keep this promise of mine in mind. Before I manage to deliver on this promise, please do your best to hang on.
This is the most determined we've heard her.
Amphorius needs you.
Well, be careful, because they need you too.
Lady Aglaia and Lord Finon are currently discussing some matters in the paths. They're worried about you too. If possible, please go there and let them know that you're well.
Yeah.
Although, I don't actually know whether your current situation can be described as well.
Agreed.
Also, please accept this Styxian fable. Reading can help one to focus and relax. I hope that reading this can help tide you through this difficult period.
Bro, Amphorius has these moments where it starts his story patches where I just locked the fuck in, right? In 3.1, it was pretty much immediately. Like, as soon as we got into the trial to save Finon with Mighty, I was locked in. That scene with Orynyx and the scene that followed with Don Hung and Castris, I'm locked the fuck in
Lady
now.
Aglaia and Lord Finon are currently discussing some matters in the paths. They're worried about
Because this shit
you.
is really
If possible,
well presented.
please go there and let them know that you're well.
The voice acting, the music,
I don't actually
camera
know
work
whether
has
your
been
current situation can be
impressive.
described as well.
All right, just because it is close, we're gonna walk the whole way there. Fine on. Aglaya, I'm dead. Jesus Christ, I did not expect that at all.
They're here.
That partner! Hyacinth said you definitely wake up. How do you feel?
Hey.
Well, at least you look no different from the living. I think that most living people don't even look as good as you do.
Oh, fine on. Thank you. You're hot as fuck, too.
You've completed the trial of time. And I have to admit that the process went better than I expected. Even in the end, that Titan's heart still showed a soft spot for humankind. However, I never expected that. Two people who have cheated death would appear in Arkham at the same time.
Yes.
That's what we have been talking about. Mighty has been in Akuma for such a long time, but has no one thought to study his indestructible body? If there were even any minor breakthroughs, we wouldn't be as clueless as we are right now.
Well, that would be human experimentation, and that's a very, very significant ethical question.
Many have had this idea, but so far there have been no results. If it were successful, Thanatos wouldn't have disappeared without a trace. Nevertheless, now is not the time for us to give up. At the very least, we can still see a glimmer of hope. Cypher. If anyone in this world knows the whereabouts of death, it would be her.
Let's go! Finally getting introduced to Cypher.
I'll try and get her to return to Akuma, but do be prepared for an ideal outcome.
Okay, sounds good.
Please understand that throughout the history
Oh,
of
okay.
Atreus, no one has ever managed to escape the clutches of death. At the end of time, Thanatos silently awaits all.
Yep. I mean, that's the truth.
It is my duty. We too require you to bear the divine position of time. But before that, just...
What's wrong, Aglaya?
Omens always come in pairs. A tiny air current will eventually brew into a storm that tears the sky apart. It's Anaxagoras. He has initiated contact with the Council of Elders.
Oh, he initiated contact.
In the end, it has still come down to this.
I earnestly hope that your assessment of him is accurate, Finan.
I don't know if it's accurate. I think no one has pegged Anaxagoras. I've realized it when it came out of my mouth. I think no one knows what Anaxagoras is thinking or what he's planning to do. I think only Anaxagoras knows.
Otherwise, the efforts of my teacher and I of the past millennium might be reduced to dust because of that great performer.
Ooh. Hold on. Oh.
I'm back here again. I remember this dream. This realm is covered in a silk-like fog, and the land is barren and harsh. The crowd of travelers leaves tracks everywhere.
Hey! Excuse me! What is this place? Where in Anforius are we?
The mutters of the traveler are in a language I'm unable to comprehend. Or perhaps they're just distracted and ignored my question.
Tell me, which Titan reigns over this land? And how do I find them?
Oh.
Hand of Shadow Thanatos. Could this possibly be the Netherrealm?
Not Nether Realm.
is this? River of Souls? The outskirts of the Netherrealm? Are you heading downstream toward the Netherrealm?
The Netherrealm. Nothing but an illusion. Titan rejects you. Me. Listen.
What?
What?
Traveler lifts their wrinkled fingers and remains silent. I look in the direction they are pointing and listen closely. There. A massive shadow brought the sound of rushing tides. The sound of tides. I can hear it.
What is going on?
I hear it deep within the tides, beyond the closed gates of the void world. A voice about to recount something.
Okay.
Child of humanity.
Well, no, we actually get to hear it.
Is it death's embrace you yearn for with such urgency?
That's Cersei's. Oh. Never mind. That's not the voice I think he was referring to. That was Cersei's, just outside of the dream.
Oh, you have awoken. Welcome back to the mortal realm.
Hello.
Your consciousness is dissipating much faster than I expected. Ultimately, it seems like the Titan's core flame is incompatible with a mortal body.
How much longer can my consciousness remain in the mortal realm?
In my estimation, at best,
Oh,
you'll
okay.
see 15 more
That
entry hours.
lines up pretty well with something else.
15 days and nights.
What is it? Are you finally starting to become attached to the mortal world now?
On the contrary, 15 days feels a little too long for solving a singular problem. Stop giggling. It's time for us to go. The messenger from the Council of Elders is almost here.
Let me ask you one more question. Are you really planning to betray Aglaya's will?
What betrayal is there to speak of when I was never loyal to her to begin with?
What about that white-haired student of yours? Acting so recklessly, do you not care about what might happen to him?
There will be a price to pay for blind faith. This is also a lesson for Finan.
You truly are a strict teacher.
Of course. This is how I've always been.
All right. What are you thinking, Anaxagoras? Because I still don't think he's like directly betraying. He might be quote unquote betraying Aglaya. I also don't think he's allying with the Council of Elders. I think he's somewhere in the middle, and no one knows. So hold on.
To keep you waiting, Lord Anaxagoras.
That was a robotic voice. Hello? Who are you?
It's been a while, Lord Anaxagoras.
Indeed. Are you the assembly chair we read about earlier?
I greet you on behalf of all the citizens of Akima and express my deepest regret about what happened at the Grove of Epiphany.
I think he has to be, because this is a design.
It's you. I never expected that you would personally come and meet me.
By carefully into Lantern above, I have come as a testament to the justice of the Council of Elders.
There are anti-Catherians here?
Okay.
They have been a rare sight ever since the Chrysos War.
I extend to you my utmost respect, revered Titan. I am Lycurgus, though you may call me Lygus, holding an honorary position within the Council of Elders in Akima, and as the Theoros, I stand to protect the right of all upright citizens to express themselves freely.
You
you can see them too?
Mm-hmm. I was about to say. I figured it was because he was an Antikytheran.
You know about us?
Mm-hmm.
We Antikytherans perceive the world through the amplitude and frequency of souls. Just as I am conscious that Lady Aglaya is secretly listening in on our private meeting from afar, if necessary, Lord Anaxagoras, I can sever the golden thread to
God
protect your fundamental rights.
damn. Okay, you are way more powerful than I thought you were originally going to be.
The demigod should know better, for such is her station. Spare those poor threats, and just let her listen to my words. They shall serve only to unveil her own folly.
May I interpret this as you have a countermeasure?
I need not any plan, because she can do nothing other than petty espionage. As the Citizens' Assembly approaches, and with Orynyx's fall, any attempt to capture the core flame within me will only usher chaos and calamity. A truth she undoubtedly comprehends.
But she told us earlier that she is willing to take any measure, so.
While I, Anaxagoras, serving as the Grove's special envoy to Akima's Citizens' Assembly, have long known the extent of your abilities. Let's forego the formality of asserting authority, Lord Lygus. Lead the way.
Very well. Surely Lady Kindness would appreciate such assertiveness in an ally. She's been waiting. Follow me, please.
That's it. This doesn't seem very neutral of Lygus.
Is there something on your mind, Lord Anaxagoras?
Nothing really. It's just a question that I contemplate every time before I ascend to Dawncloud. For the Titans, does the falling equate to death?
Ooh.
A pondering truly deep. Time is on our side. Do you mind sharing your reflections with me?
And with me, please.
While all living beings must ultimately face their demise, Kefali has yet to meet theirs. Their journey continues unhurriedly along this long path.
Are you suggesting that Kefali may not have truly passed?
Yes. For dying implies an ongoing process, an action. Whereas death signifies a static state, a definitive termination.
Sure.
In contrast to mortals, Titans exist on a grander scale of space and
Fair enough.
thus elongating their passage into death. The notion of their fall is but a misinterpretation born of mortal ignorance.
Is he saying that maybe, like, essentially Kefli is still quote-unquote dying and has not truly died yet?
An intriguing concept, albeit challenging to substantiate. After all, Kefali has maintained a profound silence ever since the era of Rasa, while scholars and priests alike have conveyed the message of the gods' imminent fall.
Yeah, but I don't trust any scholars and priests in Amphorius after what we saw with Castris. Like, honestly, at this point, Amphorius could be just one giant ball of misinformation.
Perhaps the gods, in their arrogance, deemed it beneath them to reveal the perspectives to mortals.
Another good question.
Could you elaborate on your statement?
Circes, the kin of the Sky Father as recounted in myths, now resides within my brain. Were I to inquire, Kefali would have no cause to refuse.
Hmm.
That very well could be true. But what if the world-bearing Titan still chooses to remain silent?
In that case, the myths crafted by the people of Amphorius are nothing more than pitiful jests.
it's worth a try. I believe, and I'd love to witness the fruits of your theory and the change it may bring to this imperiled world.
Lygus is a really interesting character.
Because I completely concur with you on this aspect. If the Titan has indeed met their end, any response from them would be impossible.
Oh, what the fuck?
Please, Professor.
Excuse me? Are we not going to explain the giant hand from the sky?
The children of humanity have indeed created a spectacle.
Welcome to Dawn Cloud. The atmosphere here carries a greater sense of solemnity than the mundane clamor of the Marmorial Palace, with entry permitted only to the invited. Only esteemed beings grace this place, and among them I've received priests, scholars, warriors, and now we even have the honor to be in the presence of a Titan. Oh, what a joyous occasion.
Lygus's voice actor is popping off at the moment. He is so interesting as an NPC. He is nothing what I expected him to be like.
Once deemed a blasphemer, now a surrogate for revered divinity. The honor should rightfully be mine, shouldn't it?
Sure.
I'll notify Kindness and the others
Oh,
of your arrival.
ignoring the statement.
Kindly wait for a moment. A soldier will be here to guide you shortly. In the meanwhile, you're welcome to explore the vicinity, but kindly remain within the guard's view. Delaying the crucial meeting is something none of us wish to see, I presume.
I hope we get to see
I'm
this
well aware of
assembly within
Kindness's
this patch.
methods. There's no need to emphasize that.
As you wish. Your cooperation is much appreciated.
Alas, I had hoped for a brilliant plan from you, but it turns out you just left one cage to enter another.
On the surface, I agree, but I think he is very much planning something.
Save your concerns. I know very well what I'm doing.
Yes, agreed.
I shall depart to explore the surroundings then. Now that I look around, I wonder if there are any murals bearing my portrait around here. I'm quite intrigued to see how the children of humanity beyond the grove perceive another Titan.
Off you go. I won't be joining you. This Titan appears to be quite at ease. I should investigate the Council of Elders' recent activities first.
Be aware, I can hear you perfectly well from here.
God damn, there's a lot of people here. Even though, like I said, that this was like invitation only. There's a lot more people here than I thought. Ooh, this is absolutely like, the fuck is this? Is this like Aquila? Aquila? Okay, I do think we're seeing the assembly, which makes me happy. To me, what we saw in the trailer really definitely looked like the assembly, so I do think we're seeing. All right, well, let's go over here.
Even blasphemous scholars can come here, it seems.
Talking shit.
Like my presence here is quite unwelcome.
Anaxagoras, I thought that you had died to the Black Tide, just like the other scholars.
As Kephale's priest, are you not aware of the decorum of respecting the dead?
Surely you jest. You blasphemous heretics are not worthy of respect from the Supreme Being.
Mm. Why does this remind me of a lot of real world scenarios? Like, okay, you know what? Let's leave it at that.
Let me remind you that you're currently in Dawn Cloud, so you'd better keep your deranged language to yourself. I am no longer that altar servant from years ago who could only acquiesce to the commands of others. Now, I have plenty of ways to deal with people like you.
Okay, sure.
I'm not sure whether I should laugh or cry right now. I can't believe that a follower such as you could have been made by a creation titan.
God damn, Nex.
As I see it, a dead titan can't provide you with this level of confidence, right? Then who is it exactly? Could it be kindness?
You. Seeing how fond of you Elder Kindness is, I shall let that slide for now. Leave immediately, and don't impede us from receiving the Supreme Being's blessings.
Seeing as we were able to hear of this matter from the mouths of others, it seems that kindness is indeed quite sincere toward us. Perhaps this affair will proceed smoother than I had anticipated.
Oh my, what a thrilling confrontation. As expected of one of Kefali's followers.
Are you praising or insulting?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't know if...
Praising him, of course. As a believer of the god of deliverance, it is only natural that he detests evil.
Didn't you hear me? I asked you to leave.
He just straight up called an axe to evil there. I think, if I interpreted that correctly.
And disturb my meditation.
But this guy right here isn't exactly all sunshine and rainbows either. So we're here. Hey. You seem much more positive.
Professor Anaxa? Word has it that the scholars of the Grove valiantly perished resisting the Black Tide. To find you here safe and sound, thank the fates.
You could say it's the fates toying with us.
It's only the Kremnoans and Idonians who chase glory through death. But your survival is a victory in itself. I'd settle for that gladly. So, are you here to report the incident to the council? I heard that after the Black Tide devoured the Grove, Akuma would be next in line. Even with the demigod of strife standing alongside humankind.
Well, mighty is strong.
Tell me, how much does the Council of Elders know about the Black Tide?
Once Kindness and her followers learned of Circe's and Orynyx's fall, they proclaimed in the council that the Flame Chasers could no longer stand against the calamity alone. Yet, when the Crown Prince ascended to godhood, and
Yeah, I was gonna say.
she immediately altered her tune, declaring that all was resolved beyond Akuma, with the only remaining menace now being Aglaya and her adherents. They might well make their move at the upcoming Citizens' Assembly.
No surprises there, those shifty opportunists. Thank you for your honesty, virtuous student.
Being an opportunist could very well be a facet of wisdom.
I suppose so. I mean, taking advantage of your situation, obviously, especially if you are involved in political matters. That's the way to play the game, right? Doesn't necessarily speak very highly of their morals and ethics.
Shouldn't you be searching for murals of yourself? Is that enough of your prattling?
I was really curious to see how you would find the middle ground between both factions. So I came to listen.
I am also very curious.
But it seems as though this Kindness is much more ruthless than Aglaya. If so, why do you want to work with her? Could it be that perhaps you've decided to readily surrender this hollow shell of yours? Just because you feel like death is fast approaching?
Absolutely not. I think Anax is an agent of chaos.
I'm afraid you'll be sorely disappointed if that's what you
power arrive any faster?
Listen to Cersei's evaluations. Wait, hold on.
Oh, my. Could it be that the great tree painted in this mural is actually depicting me?
Yeah, yeah.
Every plant, every tendril, no, even every leaf could be the embodiment of Cersei's.
As a result, mere mortals who did not know what the Titan actually looked like chose to paint them as a giant tree instead. Their wisdom was portrayed as fruit to symbolize how they shared their knowledge equally among the masses. Such exquisiteness indeed.
This mural is quite abstract.
I really can't tell whether you are praising or demeaning yourself. Now I'm quite curious whether the Reason Titan has studied figures of speech before.
Of course I find such stylistic devices interesting. For all we know, this could be the answer to the question, what exactly are we?
I, for one, am not willing to admit that I could look this ugly.
Nexa. Why does he have such amazing one-liners always?
Was this the reason why you failed in your attempt to refine my soul when you were ambushed at the Grove?
Since you are aware of this, why did you save me back then?
From my perspective, this point alone was enough to separate you from the average person.
How do two lunatics coexist in the same brain?
Good question. Also, I'm glad that you realize it.
Therefore, it seems that your journey to Dawn-Cloud this time is not just to seek protection.
Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely. He has... Anaxa has a goal. He has an objective, and I fully believe he's going to accomplish it.
What then is the intention behind your actions?
We'll find out.
The entire plan is stored in my memory, so why don't you look there?
Fair enough.
Then don't mind if I do. 1 year old? 2 years old?
Oh my god. Looking through his entire life. I love this game. This game this game will think of like a dialogue or like some form of like storytelling element that I would never have thought of. Oh my god. Oh Jesus Christ. I love Star Rail, dude.
Oh my. Even a member of the preeminent
Oh,
Seven
nice.
must hug his droma stall to sleep. How interesting.
That's enough.
How unusual. Your soul is actually trembling.
Wait, what?
This must
Ooh.
mean that behind this toy hides a secret that nobody knows.
That or he's just embarrassed.
Since our days are both numbered, I don't mind telling you more about it. This is a present that my sister gave to me. It's a doll that was made to look like our family pet.
So there are other members in your family, eh? Are they also living in Akama?
Don't you just love to pick through my brain? Go on, continue flipping through my memories. It won't take long. You'll discover the answer when you reach the memories of when I was 5.
Oh, the black tide is everywhere. I can't bear to look.
When I was young, I couldn't accept this outcome either. Georios, Aquila, Kefali, and you, of course. Although I prayed to every titan that I could think of for help, my efforts were ultimately futile.
This...
Oh.
Could this be the inception of your research into alchemy?
Indeed it was. Everything started from that verdant courtyard of yours. When I was pursuing my education there, I naturally also came to learn of Thalesis' theory as well.
Oh, I remember that person. He was the one to come up with the concept of souls, right?
Okay.
Not only that, he also believed that life, as well as the composition, movement, and transformation of matter, all stem from souls themselves. This is why I thought that
You could
since
bring her
all
back.
living things stemmed from the same origin. Why could I not sacrifice
Through
myself
alchemy.
in order to resurrect my nearest and dearest? Anaxa, you... I did it, teacher.
And is that why he's like a corpse?
But this is absolute blasphemy. Regardless of how much freedom the Grove provides, such an act could cause you to be burned at the pyre. Your beloved, where is she now? Send her away from the Grove at once, to a place where nobody will ever be able to find her. Otherwise, the both of us will be judged by the Council of the Seven Sages.
Beloved.
Down, teacher.
Oh, sister.
My sister, she's still not in the mortal realm, even to this day.
What do you mean?
It was naive of me to think that I could snatch the deceased from Thanatos' grip by merely sacrificing one eye.
Oh.
Equivalent exchange. All I received for that price was but an opportunity to see her for one final time. Nothing more.
Let it go, Anaxa. As one of my best students, I cannot watch you go down the wrong path without doing anything to stop it. Never do something taboo ever again. Don't disappoint the deceased, and never harm yourself. If you can do that, this classroom will still be yours, and you'll have a chance to live out your own
Well,
life.
you see, that's not what he wants.
Since I was able to see her one last time, I have no other desires. You're right, teacher. It's time for me to start a new life.
Oh.
I am sincerely glad for you, child. Now then, what topic would you like to study?
I wish to continue Thalesis' research.
Continue the research into souls, but you know that the Grove has long since understood his philosophy like the back of their hands. Even if you continue digging into this
Probably not.
your efforts will likely be futile.
No, teacher. After my fleeting glimpse of the deathly fog, I finally understood a single truth. Since ancient days, our understanding of souls is but the tip of the iceberg.
I agree.
I may have lost an eye, but my view of the world has become clearer than ever. I have grasped the truth with my bare hands. Watch as I turn this farcical world upside down.
Oh, yo.
Who would have thought such a secret lay concealed beneath that hefty eye patch of yours?
I mean, yeah.
However, this story doesn't seem to be connected to your plan. In fact, I'd say that they aren't related at all.
The answer lies within the tale. If even you cannot understand it, perhaps you should relinquish the divinity of reason to me. After all, it'd be a waste to hold on to it.
God damn it.
My story ends here. Now it's time for you to tell me your secret. After all, this is what equivalent exchange means, correct?
I wonder if she'd be willing.
As expected, you laid a trap for me to step into. Unfortunately, even if I was willing to talk about my past, I may not know more about it than you do.
Oh? Are you saying that the renowned Reason Titan is now admitting a lack of wisdom? Your followers are going to be sorely disappointed by this.
Child of humanity, remember this.
Yes.
Being cognizant of one's ignorance is the greatest wisdom of all.
Yeah, she is the titan of reason and wisdom, right? Not exactly of insane knowledge.
Now I understand. No wonder you asked me to answer your random, nonsensical questions.
Not only that, you're the only one who can shed light on my query. As the saying goes, onlookers see most clearly.
Is that so?
Lord Anaxa.
I saw you muttering to yourself and was wondering whether you were caught in a delirium of reflective thought. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but time is of the essence.
Come to me with
We
kindness.
have a message from Lord Lygus. Lady
Hmm.
Kindness has met up with the Council of Elders and is awaiting your arrival. So please depart forthwith.
It's finally time.
Carefully. The one who created the world, and the one who bears the world. If you truly have not met your end, how will you answer the challenges of those who defy you?
I didn't expect you to agree to Lady Kindness's invitation. What a wonderful turn of events. To tell you the truth, there are many people who hold grudges against that Lady Goldweaver.
Yes.
Isn't that the dromas draped in finery?
Avoid his gaze. I don't acquaint myself with blasphemers.
Don't worry. He's too full of pride to pay us any attention.
That's not necessarily untrue.
Miss Dromus as well? You must really like those creatures.
Yeah, I suppose so. Based on what we saw in the trailer and what I expect from a Nexus character, he's about to drop some truth. He is about to cause some chaos unlike we've ever seen.
Empedocles? I hear that his views run counter to the Venerationists.
This is what being a scholar is about. A collision of ideas only occurs when there are differences in beliefs, and it is such collisions that lead to progress.
Yet, in my view,
Lord Lygus and Lady Kindness are just ahead.
I figured.
Leave for now.
I was like trying to be slow to see if dialogue would be interrupted or not, but who knows?
Welcome to the Demigod Council, esteemed guests.
Hello.
Lord Anaxagoras, oh, I've heard so much about you. Head of the Nusporists of the Grove of Epiphany, notorious blasphemer, a Chrysos heir who bears Circe's core flame, a survivor of the Grove Calamity. Did I miss anything? Well, if so, please be so kind as to enlighten me.
Her tune is a lot different now as it was in 3.0.
Since Lady Kindness is already well acquainted with me, I won't waste any effort introducing myself again. But then again, perhaps the customs are different here. Back in my hometown, there is a form of etiquette known as honoring guests. The host will welcome their guest with warm hospitality by treating them to fine wine and a cozy bed. And yet, ever since I arrived, I have not been welcomed with warm courtesy or ceremonial gifts. Instead, I am met with intense scrutiny. Even more absurd, the host has sharpened their blade and instructed their servants to lie in wait in the shadows. Perhaps you intend to cut open my heart, retrieve the core flame, and then hold a grand feast for all of the guests.
Everyone, stand down.
Oh my god.
Thank you for understanding. I am but a feeble scholar who is not used to the stench of avarice and blood.
Sure. Okay. You faced the Flame Reaver in single combat, but okay.
No need to be humble, my lord. From my perspective, your courage and gumption are worthy of the reputation of the Seven Sages. Your bravery is more than adequate to accomplish our perilous endeavor.
So, you wish to start a war?
Well, since the Chrysos heirs are calling for war, we will respond in kind. Conflict is inevitable. Since Aglaya endeavors to suppress the virtuous commoners with blood of gold, we will not hesitate to display the rights and mettle the citizens of Akama are so entitled to.
Those are some very honeyed words, but also kind of half true to a certain extent.
As to your question of whether peace is still a viable option, well, to that I can only say this. Everything hinges on the next citizens' assembly and whether they have a sudden epiphany amid the clamor of the masses. And since you, as a Chrysos heir, accepted our invitation, you have indeed given us a glimmer of hope.
What brazen arrogance. What you're saying right now is worlds apart from what you were saying before you retired your cleaners.
I don't deny it. After all, they're responsible for cleaning up any threats, and just a moment ago, you were on the side of the Chrysos heirs. But now that you're an ally of ours, we can continue talking somewhere else. As you know, these walls have ears. I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to discuss a treatise about the Venerationists with your teacher, Empedocles. Yet, it seems you subscribe to the Nusporists instead, Lord Anaxa. I've heard that this school of thought is one with many detractors.
It's normal for ideas to have supporters and dissenters. Just like how there are two types of people in this world. Geniuses and dimwits.
Whoever writes an Axis dialogue is really good.
Welcome back to the hub of the Demigod Council, Lord Anaxagoras. Surely you remember that countless eloquent orators have stood in this spot before and emerged victorious by stoking public sentiment with their words. And yet there have also been innumerable blasphemous philosophers who set themselves up for failure because they refused to defend their actions. This tiny stage is the most profound embodiment of Akama in centuries. In 15 days, this site shall also become the most important, as well as the final turning point in Akama's history. May the both of us carry out our duties with honor and lead the masses back toward the Erechrysia, a golden age with no death, strife, or trickery.
Oh my, 15 days and nights. That aligns perfectly with the date of your demise. Could such a coincidence truly exist?
Using death to prove myself fits my intentions perfectly.
What strong conviction you have. As expected of the hero who dared to stand up to the Gold Weaver.
As expected, she misunderstands you.
That's enough, Lady Kindness. Dispense with the niceties. I only accepted your invitation so that I can serve the commoners alongside the members of the Council of Elders. Don't test my patience with such superfluous formalities.
Well, you say that now, but surely you also require my aid as well, so that you can stay alive even when being pursued by the Golden Thread?
You worry too much. She won't show her hand too freely, as she still needs to garner support from the masses at the Citizens' Assembly.
Even someone like me can tell that only a sliver of her humanity remains. Surely you're not asserting that she will definitely act in a rational manner.
As you're no doubt aware, Aglaya covets the core flame that I possess, which makes it a bargaining chip that allows me and the rest of you to negotiate with her. However, in return, I'll need the Council of Elders to support me as much as possible. Naturally, this includes the guards as well.
Fair enough, but I really don't think Aglaya would take drastic measures leading up until the assembly. Like, if she were to do something... If Aglaya were to do something of extreme measure, I think it would be at the assembly. Just knowing her. Well, actually, no, I could see her, like, doing it beforehand. I don't know. Anyway, I'm sorry that I've been really quiet throughout all this. This has been really interesting so far. So like I said, pretty much as soon as we got to the Ornyx trial, I'm just been locked in.
You're well aware how valuable Cersei's core flame will be in the era Chrysia that you are desperately pursuing. Talk is cheap, so you'd better act prudently as well.
I understand. After all, this battle of wits is just a means for each party to acquire what they need. As long as your request is reasonable, the Council of Elders never shortchanges its allies. Since we're both intent on mutual cooperation, let's not mince words and just speak plainly to each other.
See, that's the issue, kindness. Anaxa is dancing circles around you with this conversation.
Let us decide how much we can secure for ourselves and how much we're willing to sacrifice, like true philosophers, with our words and wisdom.
Hold on, guys. I need to check Discord really quick. And might as well check OBS while we're at it. It's kind of strange. I don't know. I think you guys do see it on stream. Whenever I switch OBS on and off, my screen will flicker. Like, it'll flicker temporarily to my background, and then it'll flicker back to the game. It's a bit strange. Anyway, I think we're all good. Let's begin.
Continuing from the earlier topic, let us discuss our common enemy, Aglaya. She is the second most experienced Chrysos heir across the whole of Akama, who has gradually lost her humanity to the ravages of time and the ablation of the core flame. A formidable opponent indeed.
Indeed.
Admittedly, there is ample reason for her to take your life. Yet your previous reasoning is quite sound. As a seasoned political animal, it's unclear whether she will actually cross that irreversible boundary. Moreover, she still needs you alive so that the Titan's trial can be completed. Is there anyone present who can swear by the sacred vow of Kefali and guarantee that you weren't in league with that woman before coming here? Are you just trying to pull the wool over our eyes and aid her in her savagery?
No, he is not aiding her, but he is also very much trying to do this to a certain extent. No, because she actually listens to like Finon and Tribby and Castris. She is prepared to execute you, though.
Long before I returned to Akama, Aglaya had already dispatched her to monitor me. If I weren't able to reach this place in time, I would have been forced to meet Thanatos first. As compared to a comprehensive plan with uncertain results, if you decide to cut open my chest and remove the core flame, wouldn't that settle her nerves even more? Everything is in place. She just needs the right timing.
I understand what you mean. At the very least, the both of us agree that this tyrant who wallows in extravagance and greed is the greatest threat to a
Jesus Christ.
The Council of Elders is willing to defend your right to live, just as we defend every oppressed citizen.
Look, I agree that Aglaya hasn't done the greatest job as a leader from when we've joined Emphorius, but it is very clear that even, I think Kindness dislikes Aglaya even more than Anaxagoras.
However, I regret to say that sentiments in favor of the Chrysos heirs and Aglaya are only growing in magnitude. The peace that we are aspiring toward, as well as everything that we hold dear, will be destroyed.
But how?
The city will be burned to ashes, and the citizens' blood.
Simply by continuing the Chrysos journey?
Tell me, what are you willing to do for our esteemed citizens so that they can vanquish the enemies of our fine city?
I think this will be... Well, actually, I don't know. This is true. This is more something political.
The circumstances are rather unfortunate from an objective point of view. It is an undeniable fact that ever since the Grove was attacked, I have become the de facto leader of the Grove. The Council of Elders needs more backing if it wishes to topple Aglaya. And it's evident that the Academy wields considerable influence. At the very least, I have served as the Grove's special envoy to Akuma for a significant amount of time. Of course, this also means that I will hold a crucial vote at the Citizens' Assembly.
Okay.
In the name of Kefali, Akuma thanks you for your sincere and valuable thoughts. At this stage, it's clear that you and I understand the benefits to be won from this discussion. Let me put it plainly. The Council of Elders has always been renowned for its fairness, and that fairness is built on a foundation of sincerity. The Council of Elders has vowed to all citizens of Akaba that it will always remain loyal to them. As for you, my lord, how will you guarantee that you will be able to live up to such earnestness and will not betray Akuma's indomitable citizens when the opportunity presents itself? Just as you now betray Aglaya when it suits you.
So kindness is really mentioning the kind of loyalty that the council has towards the citizens to a certain extent, where I'm starting to believe her slightly, but also I also think the other part of me says that she's just hiding behind this one line of hers, like, oh, my loyalty to the citizens, my loyalty to the citizens. But in reality, she really just wants power and control. I don't know which one right now I believe more. We'll see.
Surely you jest. My loyalty does not need to be proven. The fact that the Council of Elders is asking for proof of my loyalty is itself akin to a form of betrayal.
I am incredibly honored to have witnessed the both of you bury the hatchet in a civilized manner. However, I am afraid that I must interrupt for a brief moment.
What's going on?
As the Theoros, I have observed the following. Lady Aglaya, the is currently on her way to Dawncloud.
Interesting.
Oh. Well, I do believe that we might have a slight overabundance of guests today.
Feeling dissatisfied, Lady Kindness? Despite the Council of Elders' lofty residence on Dawncloud, it must still tolerate the whims of the Chrysos heirs.
So you were holding back just now. Seems like you are better at playing this game than I.
Yes, and that should give you cause for worry.
I'm glad that she's arriving here. So tell me, Anaxagoras, now that you're an ally of mine, if Aglaya were to demand that I hand you over, what should I do?
You can do as she says. Tell her that the Council of Elders merely wished to chat with me and had no intention of offending her. However, by doing so, the authority of the Council of Elders will be as thin as papyrus that has been soaked in blood. Not only can it be destroyed at the slightest touch, but the Council will also lose possession of a valuable core flame.
And with it, pretty much all of the negotiating power that they have.
No, more like 2 core flames. After all, at the next Citizens' Assembly, that young lady who is synonymous with death will also be standing on our side.
Ooh. How so, my friend?
Oh? How can you be sure of that?
Is that of importance to you? All you need to know is that I have a plan. In my opinion, you should be more worried about the impending threat. If Aglaya can seize me in full view of the masses today, she could also dismiss the entire Council of Elders in one fell swoop tomorrow. If that happens, the discussion that we've just had will turn into an utter joke instead.
That is true. But why does your plan involve Castris to an extent? Because my interpretation is that he just wants to reveal the truth of this world. That he knows something that neither Aglaya, the Chrysos heirs, the Council of Elders do not know because of just how smart he is, right? And that all he wants to do is, expose the truth and let everyone else make their own, decision and interpretation.
Is this the outcome that you wish to see, Lady Kindness?
Fine. I will handle this matter appropriately. But you do best to remember this. Fool the people, and karma will be on your tail. I'll overlook it this time, but don't count on there being a next time. Unless, of course, you crave cruel punishment and consider suffering the perfect state to ponder the true nature of souls.
Well, what do you know? That happens to be one of
God, I love Anaxagras' character dialogue.
We shall see then.
I'm just trying to figure out Anaxagras to such an extreme extent.
I've got to say that you've managed to really impress me again. But shouldn't you be going after more?
Because I think I'm following his intentions, but I feel like I'm losing ground. Like, very quickly, I'm just like, what is he planning? Like, the stuff with the thing that he introduced with Castris, that I did not expect.
dying to know what I'm after.
I mean, I'm the reason Titan after all. It is in me to ask and seek answers.
Easy there. You'll learn the answers soon enough. I didn't bring it up with her purely because she doesn't have the means to give me what I truly want. It's as they say, onlookers see most clearly. The true masters of Dawncloud have always been the Theoros, who watches over everything.
Ooh. Well, I guess. How's it going?
An expected visitor. Welcome once again. You know, you could actually skip all the pointless debate and come straight to me to seek an audience with Kefali.
Hello?
I have no reason to refuse you, do I?
You may not, but Kindness has. Whoever gets hold of Kefali's core flame will get to rule over Akama. She's wary of me, so naturally I had to gain her trust. I would say that debate was not at all pointless.
Yeah, especially in a situation as sensitive as this.
Very true.
In my view, this individual has gone to great lengths to get close to Kefali. He might very well be plotting something nefarious against the Titan.
Yeah, but I'm not too worried.
Are you still willing to let him pass, knowing this?
Yes, very much so. All living creations are always free to visit Kefali's transcendent vessel. This comes with being the world-bearer.
How convenient it is to be able to hear what they say.
Indeed.
It is truly my honor to speak to a venerated Titan in person. Please, go ahead. Let me join you both on this journey. Oh, a bygone myth tells of an occasion where Kefali once answered their followers' questions on the peak of the holy mountain. Their followers have since believed that scaling this Titan cliff is one way of being with the god.
Yeah, well,
It's not every day that you get to climb a mountain with Circes. You should sing me a hymn of praise.
She's so sassy.
Titan hymns are beyond me.
Well, she's got this unique level of sass. It's not necessarily such hard sass. I don't know how to describe it. Anyway, I love Cersei's character. It's like sass, but with wisdom. Because makes sense, yeah?
Go on ahead. Take this Yanis shortcut, and the long pilgrimage stairway will be waiting for you at its end.
I have to admit, I never expected you to not ask me anything. Not even my motive.
Because I know very well what it is you are after. As the saying goes, a gentleman helps others achieve their goals. I have a feeling that your theory will be...
Yes, I do too.
...the end of this journey.
I think Anaxagras is going to come out on top, and only him at the end of this story quest.
I believe Kefali will not depart question, especially now that you're on the brink of death. You must be closer to Kefali than anyone else. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, yeah, because he has Cersei's inside him.
I hope things go as you say, then.
Putting a child of justice into a farcical world is bound to turn it upside down.
That is a line.
It is my hope that you bring a much-needed change to this world, which is on the brink of destruction.
All right. I think this is probably going to start the first, like, puzzle section. Because we have not had a puzzle section in quite some time. Well, we haven't had one since we started the story quest.
This is my first time going up to Dawncloud's peak.
What a splendid view. Isn't it about time you recognize the magnificence of us Titans?
Well, I don't see how this place is different from those temples in the city. All they have are magnificent facades. And even though I've come this far, I'm still doubtful about getting useful clues from him.
I must be getting ahead of myself to be expecting to hear something nice from you.
Yeah.
Oh? Haven't you been in my head for some time now? It's high time you get used to how I feel about things. Alright, we're just a short hike away from Kefali. No time to waste here.
Ooh.
So the intellectual debate from earlier was too draining for you, huh? If Amphorius gets a new lease on life, you should focus on strengthening your body and sharpening social interactions.
True.
Save your concern.
The Titan is in sight. Can you make it?
Why? Are you going to carry me up if I were to fall now? I know how far I can go, so just hold your tongue and come along.
Fine then. I guess I won't say any more. I'll just wait till your soul dissipates completely to gain control over your body.
Wait. Is
Oh.
that
Hi?
Cersei's? Hey, look at that.
Huh? What should I be looking at?
Am I hallucinating? Or do we even get to see souls when we're close to dying?
Wait, huh? Even Cersei's can't see? Okay. Ooh, that's nice.
Oh, why didn't you bring your favorite spear with you on this trip, Nias?
Nias. I know I've heard this name somewhere.
What is this from?
It's unfortunate. The black tide destroyed every last inch of my calyx.
How could that be? Even a creation of Georios, from their prized ores and molten fire, couldn't escape the fate of destruction?
Hey, Cersei's. Do you know a certain Nias?
Nias? No, not that I remember. How did you even think up such a
Wait. Are the current Titans previous Chrysos heirs? Could Calypso actually have been her real name in the past? And Nias have been a real person?
I just saw him. Nias. A warrior-like figure who was just chatting with you here.
No, I have no such memory. Could you be...
Are we seeing Cersei's and Nikador's life before they became Titans?
This is a departed spirit.
Whoa, wait, now my brain is now fucking in overdrive. Obviously, there's been the theory that Amphorius is in a cycle, right? But I didn't actually think we would... Oh man, are we actually getting hints that this is all a cycle? And that all the Titans were just previous mortals that became, you know, demigods? Because it was very intentional that they kept Cersei's name or a question mark here. We'll get chest later. I need to do that actually for 3.1 as well. I have not gotten chest yet. Ah, dude. Yeah, give me more. I need more.
You two again. Enough about me. Did Kaos ever reply to you?
Kaos.
Well, regrettably.
Seems like the price of becoming a demigod is a lot heftier than we thought.
Wait.
Kaos. Demigod.
Oh.
Never heard of this person. Which Titan's authority did he inherit?
This is them.
Right side, Nias. Since we've come all this way, I doubt he'd snub his old friends, would he?
Let's just hope we mean as much as the world to him.
Hey! Are you seeing that same hallucination again?
Bro, all the Titans were previous Chrysos heirs. Or just, well, not necessarily Chrysos heirs, but previous mortals that became demigods. Kaos, is that maybe Kefali?
Yes. It's still you and Nias, but you're now talking about a certain Kaos. I'm guessing he's one of your companions?
Kaos? This name sounds just as strange to me.
Never mind. I think I know what this is about.
Yep.
If things are as I thought, then they aren't hallucinations, but
Amphorius.
What? But if those are the souls of the dead, then what am I?
beats me. For all I know,
True.
you're just an illusion I conjured up in my dying moments. Let's just keep going. As long as I take in more sights and hear more stories.
Know your limits. Wander too far among the dead, and even I might not be able to save you.
Amphorius is in a cycle. I 1000% believe that.
So, we meet again. I'm sure you wouldn't mind a snooping ear.
Can you keep going?
Of course. I'm just... If I knew we had to climb a mountain, I wouldn't have come along with you.
I guess this also counts as one aspect of the world-bearing burden. If Amphorius does have a next life, you may want
Oh my god. Repeating what she repeated. Oh my god.
Keep your sarcasm to yourself.
I'm not getting anything of value from them.
I would sooner throw myself off this cliff and hit rock bottom than exercise even a little.
Calypso.
I am
Yep.
Calypso of the eminent seven sages, after all. Training would make me no different from those Helcalithist barbarians.
Calypso. She's one of the seven sages. A member of the Grove?
Oh, Cersei still remembers little bits of her previous mortal life.
She can't be. I would know her name if she really were one of the seven sages.
Yeah, it's because that was in the previous cycle.
Hey, Cersei's. Does the name Calypso ring a bell?
Mm-hmm.
Cersei's?
Huh?
Gone. Doesn't matter. I can do this myself.
Whoa.
Looks like I'm nearly there now. The land of the dead.
This story is about to break open this narrative completely, I think.
Old world, where are you now? Oh, legendary era Chrysia, return to the mortal Great gods once walked the paths we walk.
Yo, look at that.
All that's left of that warmth is a hazy mirage.
Why are you chanting that too?
A hazy mirage is a great way to describe it. Yo, this is so cool.
We're here, finally. So, I don't get to ask the Titan my question, but all of you make for a pleasant surprise, nonetheless.
Yeah.
Very well then. Let me uncover the truth for myself.
Anaxagoras.
Did I still fail to make it in time? Huh? So, I'm back here again.
Oh.
This is... I can hear it. I hear it from the depths of the tides, behind the closed doors of the void world. A voice ready to tell me something.
Oh my god.
This time, the voice is a lot clearer than before.
Hi.
Since we've come this far, let's just wait.
Lord Nias and Miss Calypso, are you both here to visit Chaos too?
No way. No fucking way. That's quote unquote who I thought was Casterus' sister. But no. The previous Thanatos, right? Or who Thanatos is currently.
Yes, and we've been waiting for quite some time now.
Regrettably, he hasn't answered us. The worst case scenario is that he's already been overwhelmed and crushed by the world-bearing burden.
You're overthinking, Lord Nias. I can still sense Chaos' soul in the area. And besides, we both know Chaos' nature. A deliverer like him wouldn't fall so readily, much less give up on all that he holds dear. Isn't that so?
Yes, I have faith in him.
Maybe Chaos is a different version of Phynon in the current Flame Reaver.
That reminds me. Why are you making this trip alone, Polixia?
Polixia.
Oh, my sister needs more time to make sure the flowers are fine.
No way.
Such a pity. Both of you have hearts kinder than anyone else. Yet you are born only to take over Thanatos' divinity.
Everything that I see and hear this time has shaken to the core.
I agree.
What may seem like a mundane conversation is in truth a once-in-a-lifetime exchange that has revealed the ultimate answer to Cersei's question. The conjecture has taken shape and must now be solidified into a theorem. Next, I only need to seek verification from Kefali. By doing so, I can answer Cersei's question and reclaim my body.
How? What?
I will not do that. That isn't important. Because another one of my conjectures, one that I have always dreamed of proving, has been proved right this very instant. Fusing a mortal soul with that of a Titan to replace said Titan is not a ludicrous idea.
Oh, Don Hong! Oh, hi! We are getting a POV of a character that is not voiced.
What are you thinking about?
Also, hi Hyacinth. Nice to see you. Just amazed at how this towering tree is Cersei's divine body. It's a majestic sight.
Is that so? You don't look the slightest bit amazed, though. Plus, you seem to be strangely familiar with the city around the great tree.
Well, about that. Merely something from the past that I won't go into.
Then Circes. Their leaves and branches reflected the sparkling stars, and their trunk was like a pillar that supported the sky and ground. I stood at this very spot back then, imagining the day when I could climb to the top of this tree, because I would be the closest I can be to the sky at that spot.
You're a sky priest, yet you study at a place that is home to the Reason Titan. That's rather counterintuitive.
Don't read too much into it. I mean, can mortals even hope to reach Aquila's realm? They're a strict and draconian god. Nothing like Circes. Reason is willing to share what is theirs with others, but Sky only expects people to revere them.
Fair, but also, I think that's the next story patch.
You get what I'm saying, right, Denny? After all, the titan that imprisoned you and Grey here in Amphorius is none other than Aquila themselves.
Yes, I didn't count on provoking the ire of a local god.
But there will always be people who dream of soaring towards the sky. The Grove has a wealth of research on Aquila, and that is exactly what we are here for. It's just, I never thought Grey would meet with something like that before we set off. As a physician, I should have been there by his side.
Bad luck tends to come in streaks, so don't beat yourself up over it. Besides, Aglaya needs you here to uncover the truth behind what happened to the Grove. Let's just make the most out of this trip and keep a lookout for any documents related to the Death Titan. They could be useful to him.
Yeah, there's no rest for the weary, huh? In any case, what we're looking for could be anywhere in this enormous grove. Let's split up to cover more ground. Danny, with your skills, I'm sure those monsters born of the Black Tide will pose no threat to you anyway.
True. What about you? Will you be alright on your own?
Have you forgotten that you're talking to the chief physician of the Twilight Courtyard? Have more faith in me. I'll be just fine.
The silence in here is near deafening. With the vast amount of knowledge it holds, this academy is akin to a labyrinth of information. Even the cleverest of scholars would easily lose their way in here. I should gather my thoughts before heading in. In the myths, Aquila, the titan who reigns over the domain of the skies, is a colossal bird that overlooks the world beneath them with 100 eyes. As long as they continue to soar above the clouds, the people of Amphorius will remain trapped on the ground. Hyacinth's forebears were priests who worshipped Aquila. Nobody is more familiar with the taboos of the Sky Titan than her. Seeing how Aglaya has sent her here as a guide, it's possible that she plans to have Hyacinth take on a trial in the future. In Amphorius, Titans are a common topic of discussion. People create myths that in turn conceive Titans. It's a tricky task to keep an objective view when among people of Amphorius. Is there a way to step out of the situation and look at them from a different perspective? That is, I think, the key, yes, to everything. The Titans are very much so not divine beings, no. They are what seemingly seems to be people or, existences that become divine for the purpose of Amphorius' future, right? Oh my, there are so many questions that I feel like I'm getting half answers to at the moment, and I'm just trying to make sense of anything. Because I think this story patch breaks open the narrative, right? And Anaxagoras is going to reveal everything, and things are going to change dramatically, right? The next story patch, I think, is going to be about, all right, now that we know everything, here's what we need to do going forward. And I think a big part of it is going to be getting the Astral Express here. And the way to do that is to go to Aquila and get their core flame, right? We need to take Aquila out of the picture and give it to Hyacinth. Because I think a big part about, pushing the story forward after this story patch is going to involve the rest of the Astral Express. And potentially even the Herda, right? I say the Herda, and potentially even Herda, right? I think we need to somehow get Himiko, Welt, Herda, and Sunday and Amphorius to push the plot forward. But more importantly, March, right? In all likelihood, March is absolutely, probably one of the Titans to a certain extent. I think her and Cyrene are absolutely related to a certain extent. But which Titan could they be? Who knows, right? Oh my god. So, I'm really getting into it, guys. I'm really getting into it. Titans and Eons are two distinct classes of beings. Titans can communicate with us humans, and it is not impossible for us to overpower them. Upon their demise, we can even take over their divinity. In this regard, Titans can be said to be a lot more similar to humans than Eons are. Yeah, absolutely. Eons are near omnipotent beings, right? And especially within their own path. Titans to me just seem to be like the Titans themselves just seem more like demigods to me, more closer to an emanator than Eon. Hell, I would even go as far to say that so far what we've seen from emanators has been more impressive than Titans. Chrysos heirs are humans who possess heroic qualities, with most of them demonstrating extraordinary combat prowess and strength. Upon clearing a core flame trial, the Chrysos heir can even ascend to a demigod and inherit a Titan's divinity. Wait, something about that feels off. Is this a selection process of some sort? Guided by the prophecy, the heroes are on a quest to reclaim core flames and usher in the Era Nova. Their efforts have seen gratifying results to date. As I expected, the prophecy is the hardest to make any sense of. But with barely any information to go on, no matter how much I ruminate on it, it won't yield any results. I should leave this for another time. Oops. Just hit the mic there. I hope that didn't cause anything too crazy. Nobody could have ever imagined that his life would be forfeited the moment we landed on Amphorius. I should have done more to keep him safe. But it's not too late. We still have a fighting chance. The unique rules that govern life and death on Amphorius might just work in our favor and save him. The Grove is a veritable library of knowledge. Maybe they'll have records on a similar case? Please let there be one. The clock is ticking. I should search for clues as I move. The night sky feels unusual, now that I've gotten used to the internal light of my arc. Indeed, my friend. Oh man, we might go past 2 hours tonight. We're not doing the whole story tonight because I will just die at work tomorrow. But I am really into the story right now. I'm really into it. I would say it's been as good as 3.1 so far, which is saying something. Also, yeah, we're walking. Can I just teleport there? Okay, we're pretty much right there. So, also, I didn't get this teleport point. Really? Okay, well, I got it now. These are the remains of a black tide monster. It does look different from the Titankin from up close. What's that underneath it? A scroll? Okay. It recorded debate between Vrena rationalist and Neusporus scholars, most of it illegible, leaving only fragments of dialogue. The Vererationist scholar. We all recall that state that dared touch the sky, but what were they really? Just blind masses manipulated by ambitious politicians who dare challenge the Titan's authority? A completely meaningless attempt, an absolute mistake. Neusporus scholar. You very nationalists have bowed to the Titans for so long. You've forgotten a scholar's true purpose. Making a mistake does not mean the act was meaningless. Even those students new to the Grove understand this from basic logic lessons. An entire city-state reduced to ashes proved the skyship's construction was a mistake. To me, that's precisely the meaning they achieved through sacrifice. Very rationalist scholar, am I hearing this right? Such a statement. Are you converting to very rationalism? Newspurist scholar. No, I'm simply examining the matter from another perspective. Legible content ends here. As I expected, the Grove doesn't forbid discussions about the sky. It's a debate between true scholars about the skyships. Aglaya also made mention of the ships when she interrogated us, a memory I'd rather forget. I'll hold on to this for now. With any luck, the journey won't leave us empty-handed. We're absolutely getting Aquila next. And then after Aquila, it'll probably be like the Astral Express all joins together, and we need to find out what the fuck's happening with Finon, March, Cyrene, etc. That's Hyacinth. Why is she surrounded by so many monsters? As much faith as I have in her, it's probably a good idea to help her out here.
Really now? This is way more trouble than I could have asked for.
Need a hand?
Or you could sit back and watch.
Oh! I can't tell if you're serious or not, but being hard to read isn't without its perks, I suppose.
I'm kidding, Danny. Lend me a hand, pretty please? Alright, now let's get him!
Okay. I will admit that was a bit of an awkward storytelling. You just see Hyacinth just standing there in a corner. Two black tide monsters just like, hey, how's it going? And they have like this brief conversation before jumping straight into a battle. I understand that you want to have battles within the story, but that was a bit awkward. I'm not gonna lie. Nice. This place is practically in ruins. What happened? There shouldn't be this many monsters here.
The black tide is remarkably quick to detect the light of Amphorius. So or rather, the blessings of the Sky Priest in me, might have unknowingly called them to me. Anyway, never mind that for now. Here, you might want to have a look at this. I found it around here and thought it might be of interest to you.
Ooh, another debate. No, we're good. Obviously not great to have something that attracts the black tide to us, but given how strong Dunhung is, it doesn't really matter. I don't know, we haven't seen Dunhung go full dragon mode in Amphorius. Dude, I wonder if the Chrysos heirs even know. Like, imagine they just start fighting like Aquila. They're just like, fuck, we don't have the combat strength to be able to combat this Titan. And Dunhung's like, hey, yo, chill, we got this. And he just fucking turns into his Videodara form, and they're just like, what the fuck? How long could you do that for? A debate record between true scholars. Most are illegible, leaving only fragments of dialogue. Euthyphiro. Well then, enlighten. What exactly do you mean examining from another perspective? Question mark. Simple. You see, when we stand normally, the sky is above. When we stand on our hands, it's below our feet. Euthyphiro. Huh. I don't even want to know what kind of situation inspired you to make such exalted theories. Excuse me. By the way, I have a student who loves to write satirical comedies and once wrote about a fool who could not figure out a question no matter what. Question mark. As I said, there's no reasoning with you very rationalists. You're like Dromases, huge yet always gazing downward at the earth, while I want to be the wasp that stings the Dromas. What if that state's tyrant's defeat simply proved that among all paths to Aquila, the skyship was the wrong one? Euthyphiro. Anaxagoras, you impious blasphemer. Mark my words, you will eventually answer for your sacrilege. I doubt your students or that young teaching assistant girl have any idea what secret research you're truly conducting. Legible content ends here. Ooh. Ameya. Anaxagara. Anaxagara. How do I say this but like broken part? Because together it's Anaxagoras. Anaxagyrus. I guess, is that the way I would say it? Anaxagoras. He's a scholar who fused himself with the core flame of reason.
This is new. I didn't know Professor Anaxa was researching the sky. He's never mentioned anything about it.
Mm-hmm. Finon said Anaxa might be opposed to a flame chaser.
Might is an understatement. Anaxa has never been one to venerate the gods, nor has he ever found it within himself to put any faith in the prophecy. People have come to think of him as a heretic, even in a place as liberal as the Grove.
I don't think Anaxagoras is. I think overall his main goal is simply to reveal the truth of what Amphorius is, and to prove the existence of the world beyond the sky, right? Really, ultimately, what I said, the latter. I think he wants to understand the truth of Amphorius, reveal the truth to everyone so that everyone knows the truth, and then decide what to do from there.
Yet, it is also this very blasphemer that Cersei's favors. Fate sure works in mysterious ways.
And given what we saw earlier from his POV, he might become a Titan. So he's going to have a lot of influence to do what he wants. I picked up a scroll on my way here too. It looks like it may be related to the one you're holding.
Oh? Let me have a look. By the looks of them, these scrolls are records of two conversations that took place in the same setting, one after the other.
There's still much I don't know about the Grove. Do you mind if I ask you a few questions?
Sure, go ahead. The Grove of Epiphany is home to 7 schools of thought. While all 7 schools are founded on the ideologies of Thalesis, the first scholar, each is unique in its own way. Among them, the Venerationists revere and
Venerationists, my bad.
As the sage of the Venerationists, Euthyphro has always been at loggerheads with Anaxa. If we were to place the 7 sages on the scales of Talantum, Anaxa and Euthyphro would be placed on opposite sides to achieve balance.
A very illustrative explanation. Thank you.
Nearly everyone in Amphorius has heard the story of the skyships by now. Aquila's stature is loftier than the heavens, and their divine retribution is merciless. That's why it's no use building giant skyfaring ships. Oh, but I do wonder if a supercharged mini Treaty cannon could slip past their watch.
Please don't. That might be foreshadowing, and honestly, I was about to say, please don't let that happen. I want to see it happen now. That was a joke, right? Yeah, she didn't deny it.
Primarily study the application of alchemy in soul repair. Everyone considers Anaxa a blasphemer, but that has never stopped him from sharing his ideas, no matter how taboo. If you must say that he's hiding something, then it's likely what lies beneath his eye patch. Anaxa often says that every failure brings us one step closer to the truth. Perhaps, to him, the crash of the skyship carries a different interpretation. The firmament is not impenetrable. On the contrary, it was precisely because the skyship represented the first step toward breaking free from the shackles of the earth that it provoked the wrath of the Sky Titan and brought divine punishment upon itself. It's a shame that the majority of the Grove's research on Aquila was headed by the Venerationists.
with sacrificial rituals making up a predominant part of their
Okay.
writings.
That's not good.
Discourse about more esoteric subject matters in relation to Aquila dwindled even further after the skyship incident. So much so that even this scroll is completely new to me.
Don't worry about it. We'll just collect everything we can find on the Titans for now. There's something else that caught my attention, though. This says that Anaxa is conducting secret experiments of some sort.
That's what I'd like to know. What are these experiments he's involved in? Even I, the assistant lecturer, know next to nothing about them. I have a bad feeling about this. Could there be more to what happened at the Grove?
Well, we're about to find out. I think. I kind of want to get answers to everything that's happening with Anaxagoras before I stop the stream. Because I think the second half is mostly going to be Casterus.
A place where the Grove stores its collection of tomes. Other than books written by the 7 schools, you can also find philosophical texts, ballads, and religious writings from the Outlands here.
Okay.
Cities that desire to learn from the Grove were apparently expected to contribute knowledge of equal value to what they saw.
Is that like a heartbeat that I'm hearing?
We've had more than our fair share of hilarious episodes over the years. For instance, it's said that the Erythrocheramists once borrowed a manuscript from a certain author, but ended up returning a copy instead of the original. What's more, the original manuscript was supposedly then hidden here.
Okay. That doesn't seem like a nice thing to do.
Nice? No need to hold yourself back, Danny. You can just tell it like it is. Their behavior is no different from bandits.
Well, if you don't mind, did the Grove ever rob Castrum Kremnos?
You've got me there. Some said you couldn't even find a dictionary in Castrum Kremnos, so I guess they were spared.
Well, Mighty said otherwise.
There are too many books in the Library of Philia. Flipping through them all will take too long. Why don't we use the Biblioslate to search for the texts we need? We can bring them back to Akuma for reading after that.
Agreed. This place isn't safe. We should leave as soon as we're done. There are still several more scrolls strewn all over the place. I'll gather them all while you pull up those texts. This way, nothing will be overlooked. Oh, shit. Okay. Ooh. Nice. Impressive tenacity. Hopefully it helped him survive the Black Tide. Oh, there was another one. Damn. These are complaint letters from the scholars about Anaxagoras the Blasphemer. There's a thick stack of letters. And based on the dust accumulated and the perfectly intact seals, the complainant did not even bother opening them and just chucked them inside into the corner. And this is about Anaxa. I should read this. Hyacinth, you should come have a look too.
It's so dusty in here. Whoa. Are these all complaints about him? I can already see what they must have written. Anaxa has no respect for the gods. His very existence undermines order in our society. They're probably all things like that.
Does Anaxa hold that much influence?
Why else would they call him the Great Performer? When Anaxa established his school of thought, the first thing he apparently did was read his own work to everyone.
Mm.
Are the Titans truly an accurate reflection of what humans think gods should be? Worlds created by gods are indubitably perfect, but what of Amphorius? Only foolishness and insensitivity everywhere you turn.
That's because they're not real gods. An uncanny impersonation. What happened after?
They marched him straight to the seat of judgment before he could finish.
Nice.
So what he took on in the end was more of a debate than an actual trial. He had to address every one of the scholar's allegations, or face expulsion from the grove.
And seemingly he did.
The first allegation was... Do you agree that since the Titans created the heavens and earth, so the mountains, rivers, and seas must likewise be their creations?
Am I supposed to put myself in Anaxa's shoes and answer that? As told in the myths, the seas, the skies, and the earth are all beyond the shadow of a doubt creations of the Titans.
Anaxa would have probably been spared a lot of trouble if he had answered this way. Instead, he quoted past instances of the Flame Chase journey and posited that humans have the potential to take over the divinity of Titans. Needless to say, his critics didn't take kindly to his answer, so they followed up with a second allegation.
I wonder if fusing with a core flame, right, and taking over the divinity of a Titan is different from becoming a demigod. I wonder if that's different.
You claim to be studying souls, yet you are, in fact, defiling them and committing acts condemned by the gods. Do you admit it?
That's a serious allegation. Did he really do that?
Anaxa always wears an eye patch, never removing it, even when alone. Some say he used one of his eyes as an alchemical ingredient. Every being in the world owes their safekeeping to Kifili, and this is even more so for the Chrysos heirs who have divine blood coursing through them. If he has really done something of that nature, then it'd indeed be sacrilegious. Thankfully, they had no way to prove it, so it amounted to nothing more than an allegation in the end.
Yeah, even if they were able to confirm he was missing an eye, let's just say he didn't lose it in some other accident.
One by one, Anaxa engaged in wars of words against those who would challenge him. Toward the end, a scholar asked him, Anaxagoras, have you any respect for the gods?
Maybe the answer is yes, but not to the concept of the gods that Amphorius has, but to the actual gods' existences themselves.
It was only after a brief silence that he answered, I have never denied
Oh.
that Titan was meant to be noble construction.
Yes. Oh, I'm starting to see where this is going. He has an issue with the kind of the gods' concepts in Amphorius because he thinks they are false, like they said earlier. What he doesn't deny is the fact that these titans, these beings that are obviously divine to a certain extent because they have great powers, they are not omnipotent in any way. They were likely mortals that took on, this duty in the form of a noble construct. What he didn't say, that the Titans are not noble, rings louder in this case.
Yes. I'm not sure how that controversy was eventually resolved, but what's for certain at least is that Anaxa was allowed to stay in the grove where he continued his research, despite being regarded as a heretic. By the way, this stack of complaint letters has reminded me of a place in the grove. We may find clues there that aren't on the teleslate. I'm talking about Anaxa's alchemy lab, hidden between the cornerstones.
Given the Grove's meticulous approach to archive, could there really be such an oversight right under their noses?
It's a well-kept secret. Among the 7 sages, excluding the nominal chief sage, each has a private sanctuary
Huh.
where they can conduct research undisturbed in their free time. Even the administrators of the Library of Philia are restricted from accessing those places and documenting the sage's research. But with the grove in this state, I'm sure Anaxa won't be mad even if we sneak into the lab for a short while.
right?
As long as we don't pre-reveal his knowledge. Okay. False. Employ brute force. I don't think that's gonna be much of this assistance. There we go. Surprisingly, no puzzles so far. I wonder if the puzzles are gonna be in the second half when we go to the Styxia and like get into Castorus' story. Because that's gonna be the new area, right? Which means even more chests that I'm gonna have to explore and get. I think I'll probably just grind that out during the weekend. This one, I definitely want to finish this before the weekend. I am into this. This story feels less emotionally resonant than 3.1, but absolutely more narrative focused, but it's doing it really well. Like these mysteries and the way it's dancing around all these different narrative plot points is really good.
Materials for alchemical experiments, matrix diagrams, and even the seal to the lab. They're all gone. The Black Tide destroyed them.
Or maybe an Exagris did. No wonder we didn't see any defense mechanisms along the way. Have you ever been here before?
No, not even close. Not only are alchemy experiments high-risk activities, but Professor Anaxa also has a penchant for using bizarre materials. Students often saw him walk in looking right as rain, but come out covered in soot with his hair singed. Naturally, no one dared to come near this place. Huh? That bookshelf over there seems to be the only thing still intact.
Okay, if there's something intact, then maybe Anaxagoras didn't actually destroy it. Titan creations, the universality of the soul, alchemy doctrine. Ooh. A study on the Chrysos heir's background. And these appear to be quick notes examining the background of the Chrysos heirs. These are Anaxagoras notes, almost certainly. The Holy Maiden of Yanisopolis, Tribi, Trian, and Trinan, descendants of the Holy Maiden from the Temple of the Three Fates. Goldweaver Aglaya of Akham, from the Mestia priestly family. The Prince of Castrum Kremnos, Hyacinth of the Twilight Courtyard. All of their ancestry have varying degrees of connection to divine titans or their divine authorities. Does the golden blood come from the heritage of priest families? Or royal bloodlines? Absolutely could be. In Exagris, I myself show no such connection. True. Kefli the Creator. What criteria did they use to create the golden blood? To shape the Chrysos heirs? Yet Castris, the servant of death from Idonia. Her lineage is neither Titan priest nor demigod, but she has walked the earth for at least a millennium with the power to grant death to humans. Where did this power come from? Another text speaks of the dragon's legends of Styxia. The alchemic extraction of soul ripping from dragon corpses is intriguing. Or of soul ripped from dragon corpses is intriguing. Dragons appear to be Titan's creations. Perhaps there's a way to reverse the process, using alchemy to refuse human souls with Titan's creations, increasing the purity and divinity of golden blood toward the absolute. Yo. This theory must be tested, experiments to be arranged. Oh my god, is this what he was referring to with Castorus?
What's going on? Anaxa is conducting research on our friends in Alchema and me?
This journal contains several intriguing points. From the Abyss of Fate to Custom Kremnos, I've seen many a Titan creation during my time in Enforce. Life forms created by Circes can also be found in the grove. But fusing them with human souls through alchemic means, I can't even begin to imagine. Anaxa seems to hold special interests in the divinity coursing through the Chrysos heir's veins, and has even conducted a thorough investigation into the hero's backgrounds.
It wouldn't have been so strange if he had focused only on Cassie, given her own curiosity about her origins. Plus, considering that the new sporists have crafted omnipotent medicines capable of curing diseases, it also makes sense that he would conduct research on immortal Chrysos heirs.
Like mighty.
But now, it seems Anax's objective was never to create medicine, but to identify the origin of the golden blood and figure out its inner workings.
Through alchemy, Anaxa aims to refine the golden blood in the Chrysos heirs to a degree of purity equal to divinity. This must be what he means by close to true purity, but treating both Titan creations and the human body as materials to be used in alchemy experiments. That's rather extreme.
Danny, look at this. I have a bad feeling about this.
Yeah, I think he's using himself. These documents appear incomplete, judging from what's left behind. The important alchemic formulae has been taken away, only the author's reasoning remains. The previous approach has flaws. Fusing human souls with Titan creations does not purify golden blood. Even pure Titan creations are contaminants to the Chrysos heir's golden blood. What? Really? Soul fusion between human and creations merely repairs impurities of the soul, or maintains a connection to dying souls. While creation myths tells us that Chrysos heirs and other creations were all made by Titans, their nature differs fundamentally. The Titans' creations are no intermediate products of an alchemic process, and the Chrysos heirs are closer to the Titans than the creations. In other words, I should not have considered Titan creations equal to Chrysos heirs. The hypothesis I should focus on is one pointed towards the Titans themselves. Such rare chances to study Titans demand a meticulous selection of research subjects. Living Titans prove impossible to restrain, and dead Titans offer no insights worth pursuing. But dying Titans, they are the perfect research subjects. Circes, right? Wait. Only by understanding the fundamentals of creation can we ensure perfection at the moment of everything's birth. Through my own hands I will melt a Titan and reach the true essence of the soul. Did Anaxagoras orchestrate the attack on the grove, or am I thinking too extreme?
My biggest fear. It's come true. After going through his notes, I think I can piece it all together now. Anaxa was carrying out experiments on...
Yeah, absolutely.
Transmutation.
Do you mean he's trying to reconstruct human souls alchemically?
Yes, this is what he was secretly conducting research on. Something he had to keep hidden from others. Compared to his public speeches, this is the real blasphemy. Oh, I just thought of something. Do you remember when the black tide was approaching? The grove had planned to send Circe's core flame to a safe place. But an accident happened along the way, and Anaxa lost his life in the process.
It was all intentional. Maybe he didn't plan it, but he took advantage of the situation. But Circes took over his body and resurrected it, which led to the situation we're in now.
That's right. But what if Professor Anaxa's fusion with the core flame of reason wasn't an accident?
What do you mean?
Put yourself in his shoes. Knowing that the black tide was closing in and your time was running out.
Right.
What would you have done?
No, he would. I'm honestly, I apologize to Anaxagoras for even thinking about what I said earlier, because Anaxagoras has proved time and time again that he is a an empathetic and even to a certain extent compassionate man. He would never orchestrate the attack on a grove just to prove right his findings. I think he realized what was happening, like Hyacinth is saying here, and took advantage of the situation. I'd put my theories to the test, no matter the cost.
Exactly. When the Black Tide came, the true reason Anaxa headed to the Luminary Throne was to transmute and fuse himself with the Titan's core flame.
Did he succeed?
No. Judging from how he reacted after the event, the results came as a surprise. Maybe he failed to consider the possibility that Circes would make a similar decision. The manuscripts detailing all the alchemical formulae have been taken away. His research is still ongoing.
Could he have taken them for other purposes?
Like what? There's only one Titan left in the world now. No. No way.
To conceive an entity of perfection, one must first understand the principles of creation. If Anaxa is in Akama now, then that means...
He's after Kefali.
Sir, this sky above us, it's not real, is it?
Of course not. This is just an image projection device used for educational purposes. A simple trick. The day-night cycle has been lost to this world. So that students like you may still learn about the night sky, astronomers have harnessed the Titan's miraculous power to manipulate the light, projecting the nights of the past here for you. Much like how the sky above the holy city is also illuminated by Kefali's dawn device.
So, the skies of Akama are fake too.
You mustn't conclude that, Anaxa. You should know that only a child would expose a trick and be proud of it.
Huh.
When people know more than they let on.
Yes.
They simply choose
1000%. I do this sometimes.
no other choice.
Then they're just deluding themselves. People believe in Kefali's tale of Genesis, accepting wholesale whatever the priests preach. But we're different. We've already walked out of the firelit cave of ignorance. We have already realized that we live in a world where Titans make the rules. Even when we look at the sky, we're only seeing what they allow us to see. Rather than gazing at this mockery of a night sky fabricated by them for the rest of my life, why shouldn't I be the one to take control of the projection device instead?
So much time has passed since you sowed the seeds of doubt in my heart, child. Many a night, I find myself penning down all my theories and wild ideas, only to burn them to ashes when I open my eyes in the day.
Why? Because we'll face death by burning if word gets out?
As a sage of the Venerationists, my soul has already become inextricably linked to the great tree. Every word I say and every move I make is certain to influence every leaf, every branch, even the tree itself. But above all else, my days are numbered. Instinctively, I have my doubts about the golden blood and the human soul, yet I have no means of verifying them. The golden blood in my veins is woefully thin, and I am loath to waste what little time I have left obsessing over a hypothesis that cannot even be proven in the first place.
But in it,
I can,
yeah.
I can do it for us. The time is right. Give me all that I need, and I shall accomplish this grand feat on your behalf.
You're right. I shall do just that. In the next meeting of the sages, I will spare no efforts fighting for the rights you deserve. Go. Establish your own school of thought. Find out what we are.
Mm-hmm.
The one who conquers the ultimate truths of the world.
He's after Kefli, but I don't think he's after Kefli with ill intent.
Child of humanity, you didn't go to such lengths for an audience with Kefali. Just ask him a few questions, did you?
So, you figured it out. If I were as foolish as a Dromus, perhaps I'd throw myself down and prostrate before their greatness, begging for the gods' prophetic wisdom. Well, sorry to disappoint, but I'm no Dromus. Alas, I am a human, standing tall on 2 feet, possessing both intellect and pride.
Before such power, does it make any difference whether you're a human or a Dromus?
I'm sure you're familiar with the story of the Styxians. When the raging waves threatened to swallow them, they didn't just give up and become sitting ducks. No. They constructed a dam that kept the roaring tide at bay, chaining down the mad Fagusa. They call me a blasphemer, Xerxes. That doesn't mean I deny the existence of gods. It's just, as I see it, Titans are simply a force.
Wow. Okay. I didn't expect him to want to tame them, though.
If power that rivals the Titans is what you crave, why not conform to the prophecy and brave the trial?
Why stop at harnessing the power of the Titans when I can do so much more?
So he does want power. He doesn't just want truth, he wants truth and power.
The source of life is what I wish to grasp, to understand what
Okay, so they play hand in hand.
and to learn what we really are. Thanks to you, I've had the chance to personally verify, in more ways than one, that the soul indeed ceases to exist in death. But where there is death, there is life. And where there is an end, there must also be a beginning. How then is a soul born? That was the only unknown variable left in my calculations.
And by the sound of it, you have already formed a conjecture.
No, I have already drawn a conclusion. In my journey unto death just now, I finally saw the answer with my own eyes.
Yep.
Professor Anaxa,
Oh, Gasterus.
here. His life hangs by a thread. I must ask you to refrain from taking any unnecessary steps.
Of course. I'll bring this to a conclusive end and give you the answer you so desire. However, in accordance with the principle of equivalent exchange, I must also demand from you what I need.
As you wish.
Oh.
Don't you care to know what the price might be?
I think she knows already.
It's a matter of uncovering the truth about the Death Titan and his survival. This may be the only time I can ever save someone's life. There is no need for me to think twice.
I see. In that case, let the show begin.
Please.
Indulge me. Am I correct to say that you intend to prove Thanatos' whereabouts and prove the nature of our existence now?
Before I begin, I must confess I had been stuck in a cognitive trap all this time. As unrelated as these two propositions may seem at first glance, they are in fact logical equivalents. They are merely two different ways of telling us about what the soul is at its core.
Okay.
The reason I say this is as I've mentioned earlier. The answer was hidden in my journey unto death.
Anaxa, you were in the Netherrealm?
Twice, actually.
Yes, I am but a living dead man now, but that's not important. What truly matters is, I overheard a conversation between heroes. That's not all. Remember how I said you were a part of that conversation too, Circes?
And I've told you that I have no recollection of such an event. That was likely just an illusion conjured up by the mind of a dying man.
Nope.
Of course you would remember. Because that wasn't you.
Mm-hmm.
That was Calypso. One of the 7 sages of the grove.
Calypso?
Yep, you remember.
That's
Nah.
the name I made up on a whim when speaking to this girl. How do you know of it?
You made it up on a whim, but it's because you had a special connection to it.
And surely you jest. Don't you think I, of all people, would know if that were the name of one of the 7 sages under the shade of my tree? Don't you claim to know the grove's past like the back of your hand?
But it's not this current cycle.
It seems you've lost even the memories seared into your soul. Use your head, Circes. Since all of this took place in the realm of the dead, it stands to reason their likenesses are of souls from the past. The living cannot step foot into that world. So who could they be? Think about Calypso. Why does she share your likeness? Yet you have no idea who she is. The answer is evident, is it not?
This is so
Those
good.
fallen heroes are the mortal incarnations of the Titans before their ascensions to godhood. The gods aren't master creators born out of thin air, and they are no different from humans because
They all have
evolved from one.
Final confirmation. We knew it for a while now, but
Does this answer disappoint you?
Yes, because you've answered nothing. If I truly was once human, as you claim, then where do the children of humanity come from?
Even on the off chance that you speak the truth, this brings us no closer to grasping Thanatos' whereabouts. How are we to find them?
I knew you would say that, but it matters not. I know what I'm doing.
Whoa.
Why don't we have this supreme being standing before us tell us everything?
You can revive a Titan?
Humans cannot return from the dead. Neither can gods.
But you?
All we need to do is look at this from a different perspective, and the problem will resolve itself. The solution is simple. Just like what you did to me. If I'm reborn as Kefali, I can rebuild the world and all within it as they once did. Simple, is it not?
But you're not the deliverer, Anaxa. I wonder if
I have news from Hyacinth and Danhung. Anaxa might be trying to do something with Kefali's divine body.
Kefali? But what could Anaxa want? Is the Council of Elders going to sit around and let such a sacrilegious act unfold?
That is not possible. He is indeed the great performer, capable of fooling anyone and everyone with his tricks.
Yeah, I think he is, but not in the way we're thinking of.
I'm sorry.
No need for guilt, for this is good news to us. The Council of Elders has found themselves a traitorous ally. Anaxa's malicious desires will be something we can exploit. What we should be doing now is to keep our eyes peeled for whichever trickery Kynus is up to, and react accordingly to thwart her plans. Being Akima's political center, the Demigod Council holds just as much significance as the Vortex of Genesis. Someday, after my duty is over, this site will take the place of the battlefield where you hunt gods. Become the next challenge you are to overcome. Till then, it's best to get used to this place as soon as possible.
This one.
Preposterous! The Christos heirs only have their standing because of the Council of Elders. How dare they trample over it?
Whoa. Oh! Hi! Well, yeah, it has. Also, what the fuck? The council is happening now? I thought we had like 15 days. Or 15, was it 15 entry hours? Okay, I don't know. Oh my god. Oh, that might be one of my favorite pieces of dialogue we've ever had. It's so. Hold on, bro. Oh my god. Hold on. Hold on. I need to screenshot this. Oh my god. What an amazing piece of dialogue. Holy shit. Oh my god. For those of you who don't remember Oleg, he was like the quote-unquote leader of Wildfire in Belobog. He was an NPC, but a pretty important NPC. And they bear some similarities to Kataros. Which is why this is so funny. I'm expecting that. Oh yeah. Oh my god. The self-awareness of the game.
What is that supposed to mean? Is this really the sort of person that the young lord praised as a ferocious warrior?
It has indeed been some time, Lord Krateros. What brings you here in such haste?
Shh, keep it down. Be more vigilant. See those duplicitous dogs over there? They do the dirty work for kindness. I've already ordered my people to hold them back, but we should still lay low. Unless you're itching for a bloody fight to get a workout in.
Well, I thought you disliked the Glaya. I guess he dislikes kindness even more.
So, did something happen?
Did you hear thunderclaps last night? Packer, what?
Sorry. Okay, I'll...
Been through a lot lately, but pardon him. Can you tell us more about these thunderclaps?
Alright, I'm gonna stop. I'm gonna take it seriously now, but what a moment of levity. Oh.
Thunderclaps are beacon signals of strife. They are a message from the young lord. He threw us
okay.
words at Akama.
Mighty.
Watch out. The Flame Reaver is back.
Oh.
I guessed as much. We didn't actually kill them back at the Kremnos arena.
Did he combat him?
I figured this is something you would want to know. We Kremnoans never back down from a fight. So if you plan to take that thing down in a battle, reach out to me anytime.
I wonder if the Flame Reaver is flying on from a previous cycle, who's trying to break the cycle.
You have my gratitude. I will let Aglaya know about this right away.
Remind her to be on her toes while you're at it. That vicious kindness has been unusually active lately.
Well, considering that everything that happened in 3.1, I would expect Krateros to have developed some sense of loyalty to the Chrysos heirs.
Those lackeys she keeps undercover have been going in and out of the city a lot more frequently these days. Some even seem to be getting Kremnoans to defect to the council.
That's...
Looks like you can see it for yourself.
We should get back. Thank you for the intel, Lord Krateros.
Oh, please tell me we're about to get... Oh, we are getting the council.
By Catholic into Lenten above, as the Theoros I have observed. Virtuous citizens of Akamon, Finum Vides, Elysiae, and the Outlander are heading toward us.
Yes, we are. And I am ready. I'm ready to have my mind blown.
Aglaya, what happened here?
I'm gonna put this on auto, I think, at this
I
point.
know about the poisonous fangs of that king snake through the golden threads. In the past, I would be confident about keeping her in check, but I admit I am now unable to do so.
Ooh.
What do you mean?
It is no longer about eloquence or arguments. I have been a demigod for far too long that I hardly have any humanity left. Before I realized it, I have become no different from these hypocrites, no longer capable of relating to the people.
Well, yeah, to a certain extent, absolutely.
This has come a lot sooner than I expected. But perhaps it is time. I need you to step up, Finan, in order for me to retreat behind the scenes.
Oh, what?
Yes, this is my duty, but
it is far easier for the Council of Elders to fool many than just fool one person. Their so-called more support is no more than a ruse to distribute power using words instead of lances. There is no glory in winning this debate, but that makes having respect for humans so much more priceless. Finan, you are a Chrysos heir without flaw, capable of relating deeply with humans.
I appreciate what you've taught me, Aglaya. I hope we'll live up to your
Whoa.
expectations and win this debate.
Aglaya doesn't feel confident that she can win in this situation.
Oh, you've done well, Lord Calictus. Let me take over and personally close this debate for today.
Oh, so they already started debating.
Counselors, let it be known that I sorely miss the blissful times portrayed in lyrical poems. Back then, Amphorius was home to nearly 1,000 cities, each with their own local faith, while gods walked the earth and shared close bonds with humans. Yet, in the present, people from all over are forced to leave their homeland to seek refuge in the holy city, where they hope to rest under Kefali's protection. All of us have long been in the same boat, with no way out of this plight. We didn't have a choice in the past, but now the Council of Elders brings to the table a new possibility. All I have left is one question for you. Would you rather strive toward the unheard of Era Nova, or return to the prosperous Era Chrysia of our past? Make your choice.
But like, how? What?
Now, which of the two would lead mortals to an ideal future?
I am going to voice act this. Hera Nova is a path of salvation the gods promised. We should not have doubts in the flame chase journey.
We all know that Era Chrysia is a thing of the past, Lady Kindness. Please, enlighten me. How does the Council of Elders plan to turn back time?
Yeah, please, I want to know.
Let the three titans of calamity be born, and Era Chrysia is nevermore. But bring demise to those titans, and Era Chrysia will descend upon us again.
Huh?
Know that the Council of Elders is never one to make empty promises. Look at who we have on our side.
No, not quite.
Anaxagoras, one of the Grove's 7 sages, and Castorus, Idonia's goddess of death.
Oh, sorry.
With the help of these two heroes, I can promise all of you that Era Chrysia will exist once more.
Aren't they Chrysos heirs? They're supporting the Council of Elders instead.
No, they're not. Oh, I'm just waiting for the moment.
It's clear from the start that the
these heroes do not get along well in their group. All the more proof that Aglaya is unfit to speak on behalf of every Chrysos heir. I am in favor of Era Chrysia.
Era Chrysia! Era Chrysia!
Don't worry.
Castorus? Why are you standing over there?
You finally arrived, Naxa. So have you, Cass.
Don't worry, Aglaya. Well, I know that you have many queries. Could you continue to converse like how the citizens normally do?
Tell me, dear citizens, if we successfully retrieve and return Thanatos' core flame without anyone passing the Death Titan's trial, what would happen next?
The answer is simple. We will have a chance to rid the world of death and bring Amphorius back to an era when all beings live forever. We'll usher in a new future that will be entirely different from the flame chase journey.
He's one of the seven sages.
That's not what Anax is planning, though.
Your proposal is much too idealistic. As long as the Black Tide still exists, how can we go back to the old days?
Remember what I previously said? Kefali's core flame is guarded by the secret power of the Council of Elders. Plus, Fagusa's water curtain will be able to block out any external perceptions. Tell me, dear citizens, have any of you ever seen even a glimpse of the threat that this person is talking about anywhere within the walls of this majestic holy city?
Which one? Because I like both of these. I'm gonna call it the bias.
We eliminate death.
Oh.
Then there's no need for us to fear that flame reaver, right?
Citizens,
let's loudly sing the blessed hymn.
let's just take a lesson from the abominations of abundance.
O legendary Erechrysia, return to the mortal realm.
After the destruction of the three Titans of Calamity, the flame chase journey will have to end.
It's going very poorly for us at the moment.
This is bad. The masses are now totally riled up.
Anaxa, pray tell. Everything that you've mentioned hinges on the premise that we can find Thanatos' existence, right?
Thank you, Lady Aglaya, for still caring about this city. However, dear citizens, we are truly fortunate and blessed. For Castorus, Idonia's goddess of death, will surely find Thanatos under my guidance.
What?
With that, I solemnly promise that the core flame Lady Castorus brings back will be personally managed by the Council of Elders. Thereafter, if we are able to garner the support of all of you at the Citizens' Assembly, we shall spare no effort in ensuring that the Erechrysia will return to our world once again.
They're doing a good job at this blind side. I'm just waiting for an action to make his move. I'm just watching with just extreme focus.
With the balance shattered, the result is clear. By carefully into Lenten above, as the Theoros I have observed. Arkama has chosen her destiny. The issue up for discussion at this citizens' assembly shall be modified to the suspension of the flame chase journey. This
Suspension is interesting.
put up on the wall of heroes, such that all citizens are aware of the city's way forward.
Aglaya, dear Aglaya, what has caused your heart to soften? You also don't seem to be as quick-witted as before.
Wag your tongue as much as you like. Since the flame chase journey has been preordained by the prophecy, our failure has never been on the cards.
Well then, I guess we'll find out if that's true at the Citizens' Assembly.
Oh, okay, so this was not. Oh, this was just the deliberation of the topic. Okay, no, I would like to talk to everyone first. No! Oh.
Well, it seems that when I sent you to look for Anaxa, I unintentionally facilitated your partnership with him instead.
My apologies, everyone. I know that you have many questions to ask me. I will answer them to the best of my knowledge.
In that case, please tell us as much as you can.
In actuality, he showed me a past that was both long and heavy.
The reason I say this is as I've mentioned earlier. The answer was hidden in my journey up to death.
Anaxa, you were in the Netherrealm?
Yes, I am but a living dead man now. But that's not important. What truly matters is, I overheard a conversation between heroes.
Mm-hmm. Oh, okay.
Have you heard of this tale before?
Hi, Plixia.
A tale about the ocean god's treasured pearl, our hometown. It was a seaside town.
Oh, hi.
Ocean breeze and glorious, peaceful times, thanks to the wisdom of its ruling queen. Until one day, an evil dragon descended upon the town. Its wings were large enough to blot out the sun, while its claws were sharp enough to rip the waves apart. It barged into the tall tower and devoured the queen's beloved daughter. It even settled itself in her bedroom, like a tyrant king. The queen assembled 300 warriors who managed to subdue the evil dragon by chaining it up. However, when the queen slit open the dragon's belly, she realized
Oh,
the princess had
Jesus.
long since been digested, and all that was left of her was a pile of bones. Devastated, the queen wept for several days. It was then that a devious, smooth-talking scholar arrived at the palace and suggested that the princess could be revived through the use of dragon bone and dragon blood. That liar called this process the secret art of alchemy.
Huh?
The princess was reborn. The queen was overjoyed, blissfully unaware that the evil dragon's soul still lurked within the princess's body. As revenge, the evil dragon swallowed the poor queen, the glib liar, the courageous warriors, and all of the town's innocent civilians in a single gulp. Worse still, the souls of the deceased were refused entry to the Netherrealm because they were filled with regret. Forced to roam the mortal realm, these resentful souls ultimately converged into a river of souls that would not retreat for a long time. The terrifying death had consumed all. Thereafter, our hometown fell into ruin as well.
Oh, sorry.
Until... Actually,
people's appetites even after all this time, Pelixia.
Let me just make sure. Oh, okay.
So, according to your story, this is how I used to look? It's practically a mirror image. And yet, what exactly is this?
A miracle that I created with alchemy. As for what it is and how I was able to accomplish it, I'll keep the answers to myself for now.
Oh my goodness. Is this cliffhanger really...
Yeah, honestly, Anaxa, please just rip off the bandit for me at this point.
Quiet, Titan. Continue to enjoy this splendid play, and the truth will naturally reveal itself.
Dragon, huh? I've heard this legend before.
In that case, what do you think of it?
I think that this so-called alchemy was a tenuous analogy added to the story by future generations. After all, you've never heard of a tradition of alchemy in your hometown before, have you?
Indeed. Before I left home to pursue my education, I never even knew that anybody was looking into this area of study.
Therefore, we can just treat this tale as a fable told to young children.
Don't know about that one.
You say. If so, what moral is it trying to impart to the kids?
I guess it might be the concept of equivalent exchange.
Oh? I thought the moral might be closer to something like honor the dead. What? At a loss for words?
No, I merely realized that we're both thinking of the same principle.
That's good observation. Honestly, I didn't really make it until she noticed it.
Then there is hardly anything else in this world that is of equal weight to it, right?
Indeed. As expected of the wisest scholar in the land.
You flatter me. Why don't I ask you a question as well, as a form of equivalent exchange?
Of course. What is your question?
If I imparted my knowledge of the art of alchemy to you, would you use it to resurrect someone you loved?
What? What kind of strange question is this? I got it. You're just trying to get me to tell you whether I like anyone, right?
Of course.
Let's just leave it at that. That was rude of me.
Yes, I would.
Oh?
Death is inevitable. In the days to come, I'm certain that someone whom I cherish deeply will leave me for good. If such a mighty power really existed, I think I would use it without hesitation. After all, you, me, and the rest will all have to face that fateful moment eventually.
You guys to a more extreme extent.
My time is finally here. However, perhaps because of my firm belief in the immeasurable value of life, I am unable to complete the trial.
You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame. It is a pity that fate is such a cruel mistress.
Is there no other way of interpreting those words?
Yeah, let's read it again.
I'm afraid that the meaning is clear. Between my sister and me, one must pay the price. Our trial can only be completed when the one chosen sacrifices her life. I'm afraid that the prophecy might even have selected a pair of twins for this exact purpose.
That is cruel, though.
My sister is prepared to sacrifice herself. And yet, I can't do the same. How absurd. My time is almost up, but I'm still afraid to welcome death. What should we do? If I'm ultimately not able to make up my mind...
Since Chaos is willing to guide all of us and leave this trial to the end, there is still plenty of time for you to ponder.
That's right. Don't allow the fog of an uncertain future to cloud your mind.
Trial, prophecy,
Mm-hmm.
the topics that they're discussing.
Also, don't think I haven't noticed that chaos could also be, depending on the pronunciation, chaos.
But these three people must not have left their names in the epics. Otherwise, I would have some recollection of this.
Nope.
Amphorius's history before the Titans were born was complete chaos. Is that not strange by itself?
It's a cycle.
I have long held three hypotheses about this. However, let's continue watching for now.
Calypso, Polixia, and this warrior. I seem to have met him somewhere before.
Oh, that's right. They don't know who he is yet.
Regarding this matter, Nias, are you confident that you'll complete your trial?
Of course. Though, I am worried about what will happen once I've emerged victorious.
Looks like you have made up your mind.
Yes, this is the safest course of action.
Ooh.
Completely separating courage, honor, tenacity, sacrifice, and reason. You really know how to make things difficult.
True.
Please, young lady, witness my fall and demise. Lady Calypso, you shall host the soul-rending ceremony.
I do not understand. Why would you dare to sacrifice yourself for a future that you won't get to witness?
I wonder if they know about the cycle.
Because this is our destiny. The power that resides within me
Or that.
is so intense that I will one day be engulfed by it. Furthermore, a valorous death before glorious return has always been the path I chose to walk. A journey I began long ago. If your sister or Chaos were in my position, I believe they would make the same choice as well.
I'm not that brave. I don't know how I'm supposed to face such a serious affair.
Despite being Death's chosen one, it seems you still don't know how to face it. Let's chat, young lady. Perhaps I shouldn't end my journey so hastily.
No wonder Nias took the Casterus so quickly.
I'm not worried about letting fate wait a little longer.
Of course. This warrior is Lord Nias. As the embodiment of Nikador's divinity, he entrusted his life to us and allowed humankind to end his madness. That means that what I'm currently seeing before my eyes is, in fact...
Looks like one hypothesis of mine has already been proven true. These heroes are the true forms of the Titans. Before they attain their divinity.
Cersei's must be fucking losing, bro. She's supposed to be like, what the fuck?
If so, the chosen one of death that he speaks of is actually...
Polixia. Is the previous form of Thanatos? But her appearance...
If this is true, as long as we can find out where she went, we'll naturally be able to figure out the location of the Death Titan.
But before that, we first need to witness what ultimately happened to Lord Anaias.
Yeah, okay, cool. What is this?
Nikador's courage is a testament that they have never once retreated from a battle.
I've heard that these words are still engraved in Castrum Kremnos even today. It didn't occur to me that they were actually part of an alchemical formula.
I've just realized we haven't even gotten Cyphera yet. Like, there's still so much to the story that I feel like we still need to get.
Sealed within this statue is undoubtedly his sacrifice.
They use their own body as our city walls, keeping out and protecting us from the pervasive spread of madness. They are acutely aware that if the end times were to arrive, there would be nothing left in this world to conquer.
I think we are gonna be going late, boys.
Nikador's courage is a testament that they have never.
I've heard that these
Okay, so we got that one. We still need to get this one and the other two.
Lord Nice's honor is sealed here.
Incredible. The honor in this child's soul is so light. I believe that his tenacity is sealed within this statue.
Before we fought Nikador, we also released it from the stone statue.
And then reason. Right? Or was it sacrifice? I forget.
Honor, courage, tenacity, sacrifice.
Okay, sacrifice. So, yep.
Finally,
Yeah.
the only thing that remains is reason.
Cheer up, young lady. There is no need to shed tears over a glorious death.
All farewells in this world are sorrowful.
Bro, you can't be doing this to me, bro. You can't be doing this to me, man. The connection to 3.0.
Young lady, as a warrior, I have witnessed too many bitter deaths. But now, all I feel is peace. I did not know until that mortals could live their lives in such a way.
Oh, nice. I miss you.
Although only a sliver of your soul remains, you remain so optimistic. Or maybe the truth is that you aren't able to feel sorrow anymore.
To be honest, I don't know either. But I am certain of one thing. This is not an acceptance of death nor apathy toward it. It's not even a feeling of despair. I am just enjoying what remains of my life to the fullest.
Hell yeah.
Enjoying?
Indeed. Along this journey that we've taken together, not only have I changed the world, I myself have also changed in the process. And now I have reached the journey's end. When I look back and see the grand epic that I've personally written, how could I not revel in that fact?
But when you depart the mortal realm, won't all of your accomplishments be reduced to nothing?
No.
Separation and death are two sides of the same coin.
Because you remember what
Doesn't come easily for
what came. Legacy. The remembrance.
Finally, let me recount to you a story of mine, young lady. The first time I returned from the battlefield, I felt extremely hollow. The calamity had devoured everybody on the battlefield but me. When I returned to the city alone, the citizens held a banquet for me that was far from pleasant. I felt as though I was still on the battlefield, and the person who had returned was nothing but an empty shell. It was late into the night by the time the banquet ended. My head still reeling, I returned alone to the barracks. On the way back, I encountered someone. It was a crazed scholar looking at the night sky and muttering to himself by the side of the road. Although I tripped over him and fell, I
I wasn't angry in the slightest. And maybe because I saw myself in, I inexplicably asked him a question. Do you think that it'd be better if we just died on the roadside like a couple of stray dogs?
Loaded question.
To my surprise, he shrugged his shoulders and sighed.
How does someone who is currently experiencing death, dying and living, afford the same amount of bliss?
Huh. Huh?
Now please go away and don't block my starlight.
Are you trying to say that there is no difference between living and dying? For they are both journeys that lead toward death?
That's exactly what life is, and death is, but a scale to measure how valuable the journey was. Journeys and epics are only glorious and magnificent because all things eventually fade to dust. Therefore,
Absolutely.
young lady, don't detest your fate. Instead, willingly and respectfully embrace it.
Okay, well, if you were destined to sacrifice yourself, that, you know, is a bit, yeah. There's a positive way to look at it, right? Pelixia's fate is obviously very cruel to be destined to die, right? But what Nias is saying here, I think, is not, approach, if that's your fate, try to, approach it well. Try to have a positive mindset, because cursing your fate and, trying to like spite it and being, resentful about it, that's just going to poison, your life even more so than already having a shitty fate.
The embodiment of strife telling me about the majesty of the world.
Indeed. I believe that when the fated moment eventually arrives, you will be able to understand my words. It is time for me to knock on death's door. I will set up a long table at the end of the road and humbly await your arrival. When that moment finally comes, let us drink and be merry then.
Aww. Aww.
I knew this day would eventually come.
It's time.
The both of you ready?
Show us.
Polixia. I'm here. What? This...
Mm-hmm.
Quite interesting indeed.
Oh, yes.
Is this... Polixia's sister? Is it... me? Now, it's time for us to fulfill our promises. Are you afraid? What are you afraid of? That I won't be able to do it. You shall wither, and through that, the dead will sprout again from the remains, and be reborn with the dead flame. As foretold in the prophecy, and according to our vows, once it all ends, we must face our fated moment head-on. Even if it was prophesied, do we have no say in the matter? It's so unfair. Why are we the only ones who are forced into mutual destruction? Let me do it, sister. Let me be death's sacrifice.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I was never long for this world anyway. But you're different.
Oh, man. I knew it. That Polixia was not the one that was going to be sacrificed, but it was Castris instead.
I was the one who wasted your life after all.
No. Oh, my God.
You're wrong, Polixia. I don't the seeds for this sea of flowers. One that is more beautiful than the promised land at the end of the world. Besides, I have lived a fulfilling life. Even though I was fated for sacrifice, none of the things that I've experienced will dissipate. Instead, they'll forever live on as memories inside your head. Will they not?
How could my memories of you ever compare to the actual you?
Mm-hmm.
Well then, tell me, what exactly
Are we?
I don't know. I don't know either. But regardless of what the answer is, regardless of how we're shaped by others, or even by this world, ever since we were born, the fact that we existed was predestined, and nothing could erase it. This is why I will always, always be by your side.
I wonder if it's flipped.
We're twins, after all. All right, my dear Polixia. It's time to extract my heart and light the flame of death. After that, use it to plant the first bud in the prophesied new world.
The next cycle. Oh.
If I imparted my knowledge of the art of alchemy to you, would you use it to resurrect someone you loved?
She would.
It is inevitable. In the days to come, I am certain that someone whom I cherish deeply will leave me for good. If such a mighty power really existed, I think I would use it without hesitation. Even now, my answer remains the same. This is why, sister, I promise you, in the prophesied new world, I shall plant the first bud on your behalf. Go now. Return to the ocean god's treasured pearl, our hometown. I shall open wide the entrance of another realm and give you a second life. The living beings on this earth shall respond to my call and lead you to the sacred daylight. Remember, do not look back on the land of the dead, and do not stop moving. In the new world promised by the prophecy, march toward your new life. Ask for the price of our equivalent exchange. Let me be the one to pay it.
Everybody, we've come to the end. Unfortunately, I am not compatible with the Supreme Being, so I was unable to completely fuse their soul into my own body. However, being able to glean all this from them is exciting enough.
Yeah.
I'm certain of this now. Before the Titans that we are well acquainted with were born, a group of heroes roamed the land. These heroes followed a prophecy and took possession of divine authorities one by one, until they eventually became the pantheon of the new world.
And began the cycle.
Just like the flame chase journey of today.
Mm-hmm.
Amphorius's history is cyclical in nature.
Yeah.
What a startling revelation. This means that the demigods, who bear the core flames, will also become the new titans at the world's end, thereby shaping a new world?
Is Is Castorus telling all of this to us right now?
I believe that this is the truth behind the Era Nova, as mentioned in the prophecy.
This is utterly unbelievable. Besides, those twins in the past, even if they really are Thanatos, their whereabouts are still unknown even today.
Are their whereabouts truly unknown? Didn't Polixia mention that seaside town? The birthplace of alchemy and the tale of the dragon. In our world, there exists a city which perfectly matches that description. Styxia.
But the people there worship Fagusa and bear no relation to Thanatos. I have also never been to that place, as in the time of Idonia, it had long turned into underwater ruins.
Take this.
This is...
the Nusporist masterpiece, the Philosopher's Stone. It was made by transmuting all of the sage's wisdom into a single entity, with their flesh and blood.
What? You cannot. Oh, hold on.
Remember, I've mentioned before that the art of alchemy is all about conversion, tempering, and ascension. This process also applies to the pursuit of truth. Regardless of how unbelievable this sounds, the truths of the world have been refined from the impurities. Think about the story of the dragon. This stone will lead you to your real hometown, allowing you to reform the door to the Netherrealm and discover Thanatos' fate.
You still look as confident in your victory as ever. But what if your conjecture is wrong?
Simple. I shall merely admit to the
Yeah, I was about to say, I don't think he really cares.
Was a failure. However, my line of thinking will not fail because I have already planted the seeds of doubt into the hearts of the masses. Actions speak louder than words, Castorus. With the assembly about to begin, don't forget the promise you've made.
I've already searched for so long. I'm willing to try one more time. While we converse, his life is also slowly slipping away. But before I leave, I have another question. What exactly did we witness just now?
That was the world imprinted in Kefali's soul.
Oh.
If we are to prove its existence, you must take the final step. Go. Do not disappoint me.
I understand.
Hey, child of humanity.
Don't get antsy. I still remember the question you posed to me. As a scholar, I do not wish to offer up ambiguous conclusions. Let's discuss this topic again when she manages to find the evidence.
What are we?
I merely wanted to ask, was that stone transmuted from your heart? If so, rebirth is no longer an option for you.
What? So he's just...
Why not? When I was a child, I lost someone dear to me. When I was a teenager, I lost my faith. A while back, although you saved my life, I also lost my soul in the process. Now I'm merely forsaking my body. What's the big deal?
Whoa.
Why are you always finding ways to die? Isn't it good to be alive?
This is but a necessary sacrifice on my path to transform into the purest of them all.
Can someone who's dead even claim to be the purest of them all? Furthermore,
That is true.
if your hypothesis is proven correct, does it not just confirm that the myths are true and thereby invalidate?
No, I mean, no. Not all of them, just...
No, it's just the opposite. If my hypothesis is correct, it means that I can actually ascend to godhood and reshape this absurd world that you all
Oh, I'm doing well. Okay, good timing because the scene just transitioned.
That's a lot to take in at once.
How are you, Scarlet? 3688. How's it going? Hanging in there. Late night for me. I don't know where you are, but it is currently 2:34 a.m. So, welcome on in. We are a couple of night owls. Currently playing through the Amphorius 3.2 story. Having a good time. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Are you also playing through Amphorius at the moment? I'm guessing. If you are, then obviously careful with spoilers. I don't want to have you watching something that is way ahead of where you're at. Okay, let's keep going with okay, so Castris did tell Aglaia fine on pretty much everything. What are my hobbies? Well, as you can see in front of you, I like playing video games. To an extreme extent, I've played video games my entire life and probably will never stop. But on top of that, I enjoy watching anime, reading manga, a lot of the nerd activities. For more interesting stuff, I enjoy running. I like cross country. I like creative writing. A big reason why I like video games and anime and manga so much is because I love storytelling in general. That is really what my streaming channel is all about. I enjoy storytelling. I love experiencing stories. I love telling stories. I love everything about storytelling. So, video games and anime and manga are just my preferred medium where I consume stories. But I also like to write stories as well with some creative writing and obviously hanging out with friends and family. I also enjoy watching sports, mainly basketball and football. And recently I've been getting into just a little bit of baseball as well. And then I really enjoy watching international soccer. Not really that big of a fan of club soccer, but it's cool. So, and a big reason why I love Star Rail so much is because I think the story is super interesting and really love the characters. And yeah. So yeah, thanks for hopping in. I'm gonna continue with the dialogue here, but hopefully you stay in, watch me react to the story because it is super interesting. Yeah, this is probably a lot for Aglaia. Like Aglaia taking this in because being so dedicated to the Flame Chase journey is something interesting. Because does she start doubting the Flame Chase journey? Does it reinvigorate her faith into it even more? You are a professional artist. Very cool. Very cool. Well, if you have any links to your socials so I can take a look at your art, would be awesome. Always respectful and super interested in seeing some amazing art.
Lady Aglaia, please, let me explain.
Go on.
You know that the core flame of death has always been the greatest unknown regarding the Era Nova, which is why both you and Kindness desire to gain the power to control that core flame in the approaching Citizens' Assembly.
Mm-hmm.
Professor Anaxa has come to a consensus with Kindness. They want to suspend the trial once Thanatos' core flame is reclaimed, hoping thus to eradicate death from this world. If they're successful, then the flame chase journey will cease, and Akama can enjoy everlasting peace.
Yeah, see, I still don't think that's exactly what Anaxa wants, but we'll see.
But I know this runs counter to your wishes. So long as we do not usher in Era Nova, the Black Tide will never be eradicated. Even with Lord Mighty on the front line, and the Black Tide not posing an immediate risk, the danger nevertheless remains.
Yeah, never-ending life and immortality is always a just really dangerous and most of the time corrosive aspect to even consider. I mean, we've already seen what the abominations of the abundance are and how horrible those can be. Mighty himself has said many times before that his indestructible body isn't exactly, only a blessing, but also a curse as well. Ushering in a world without death, with the Black Tide still very much present in Amphorius, to me is just asking for trouble.
core flame before we can begin negotiations over it. The Titan could be very near. I cannot let this chance slip by. Besides, someone has to make this trip to bring back Mr. Soul.
I do have Discord, but I have, from the beginning of my streaming career, which hasn't been very long, like 3 or 4 months now, I have made a very conscious decision to never share my Discord, never share any of my personal details beyond what I am allowed to share already on my streaming marketing. So unfortunately, I do have Discord, yes, but I am unwilling to share it on the internet. So my apologies.
Well said. You already had every reason to seek an audience with Thanatos. It's that great performer who has weaponized your wishes and placed us in this difficult situation.
Pretty understanding of Aglaya.
A world without death. Do you desire that too?
I don't think so.
If fate dictates that my path must oppose yours, I will do all I can to resist it and protect what I aspire to achieve. Lord Mighty showed me that without taking the first step, all talk of what follows is moot.
Yes, she has. Goliath. Staying with threads. I would love to select this one, but honestly, any of these options are really good.
I have always hoped to hear you speak your mind, Cass. And I am glad to have heard your true thoughts. Styxia. I visited that place in the past. Though it is now an island surrounded by the river of Soul's torrents, it's not hard to see its former splendor. Go. I will not stand in your way. As for you, you are someone who has cheated death. I believe you have more than enough reason to make the trip with Castrus and meet the god of death himself. Castrus, I too look forward to your journey. I wonder what kinds of new interpretations your completed story will bring to the Flame Chase journey.
Thank you, Lady Aglaya.
I hate to put a damper on this heartwarming moment, but...
Yeah, Final's like, we are still politically fucked.
If Styxia is
oh, just kidding.
An island surrounded by the river of Soul's torrents, then how do we find a way in? Lady Treby is probably...
The answer is quite simple.
Is it?
In the Myths, Zagreus once made the domain of the dead their treasure vault. That is to say, they could enter and leave the Netherrealm as they pleased.
Interesting.
And if they could do that, then it follows that the
god who
inherited
finally
must be capable of the same.
Oh, what? Cyphera has already ascended to be a demigod? Wait, is this the first time I'm hearing about this?
I'll see you at Memorial Palace at Action Hour tomorrow. Cypher shall be your guide to finding that ancient city.
This is a fantastic stopping point, I think. I would have loved to see the assembly. Oh, okay. Oh, that's Nameless Recollection. Yeah, what a fantastic stopping point. Also, pretty much right around the time that I wanted to end. So I've already come to the decision that we will be doing these. Okay, so this is actually a nice housekeeping item. But let's talk about this at the end. Someone lost in thought. Indeed. Sadly, listen. The fairy tongue. Also, I realized this the other day by searching on Reddit. Apparently, this book right here, the narration is actually voiced by the Trailblazer. And we obviously don't get it because the Trailblazer, both male and female, is unvoiced because of the strike, which is really unfortunate. But let's go ahead. Yeah, probably a lot more Aglaya. like I said, we're gonna skip. So all of this right here, this is all voiced in other languages. I didn't realize. Okay, as much as I would like to hear the voice acting, and maybe when eventually we do go back and read these, we will search it up on YouTube and experience it with the voice acting. Okay, very nice. The Gold Weaver. And we have another one, probably Caster. We have Mighty. Oh, is this still from 3.1 that I never... I think this is still 3.1. I don't think I ever actually got rid of the notifications. Anyway, we're going to click past this. So while I do this, I'll go ahead and talk a bit on what the plan is. So obviously I was kind of considering back and forth what I wanted to do with the Nameless Recollection, and whether or not I wanted to actually experience these stories in real time, if I wanted to catch up, who knows. And I always felt that it was a bit too late for me to watch these in real time, you know, as soon as I got them, because I obviously skipped past the first few. If I'm being completely honest, I think that's probably the way I would have preferred to experience these stories, the Flame Chaser paths, I think. No, not this. But you know what I'm talking about. What we just did. The sagas, right? I would have liked to experience the Euphoria sagas as they came to me within the story. But I think I missed my opportunity to do that. Now I wouldn't want to start like right now, it'd be weird. So the plan is with the Euphoria Saga of Heroes, when Euphorius Part 1 is over. So you guys know Euphorius is going to be split into two parts. It's going to be Part 1 and Part 2. Part 1 probably ends in 3.4, I would imagine, right? And then obviously we have 3.5, 3.6, 3.7 as Part 2. Or it could end in the next patch, right? It could end with 3.3. Anyway, effectively, as soon as Part 1 ends, we will then be reading all of the sagas for Part 1. And then in Part 2, we will read the Euphoria sagas as they come, right? That's the plan. Write a story. Yeah. Bada bing. Okay, so we have even more now. Yeah, and I think when we do eventually read all of these, we will make a whole stream out of it. And we will try to find these on YouTube if possible with the voice acting. If not, obviously, it'll be slightly unfortunate to not have the voice acting, but there are worse things. Okay. So there's the tribute one. And we probably have a lot more, because I still think this is the 3.1 Euphoria sagas that we just never actually loaded into the book. So we're gonna do that now before we hop off. I imagine we will have several of Anaxa and a few of Castoris. So there's Tribi's saga, or Tribios' saga. So she only has one left. Who has the most besides Tribi? Mighty and Aglaya. That makes sense. So we're about to get a bunch here and a bunch here. Unless we have no... Ooh, hi. I've had enough of them. How old am I? I forgot. I like this one. Aw. I'll be sad if Mem doesn't come with us on the Astral Express. I didn't think about that. Is Mem gonna disappear at the end of Euphorius? That will suck. I hope that doesn't happen. Okay, so yeah, we have even more now. I assume now we are getting into the 3.2 sagas. Okay, yes. One of Hyacinth as well. I'm actually gonna kind of stare away from this one because I don't want to be spoiled on anything. Okay, I'm like literally just staring at the arrow key here. Hi, Aglaya. How's it going? Bro, it is late. Work tomorrow is gonna be rough for me. It is gonna be rough. I don't think I have that early of a start time either tomorrow. Just gotta stare at the arrow and keep going. Almost streaming for 5 hours. Look at that. Act concluded. Hyacinthia. Interesting. And last but not least, Anaxagoras. Definitely the star of the show in this story arc so far. Or the story patch. But I assume Castris is about to be the kind of second half main character. She is the anniversary character after all. Actually, having said that, when the first year anniversary came out and Akron was like the big hype anniversary character, that story patch focused a lot on adventuring rather than Akron. So that said, Akron did get a decent as well. So maybe it's the same. Anaxagoras is going to get more focus than the anniversary character. But I'd be shocked. Okay, so each of you have 2 now. Hyacinth has 1. I assume by the end of the story patch, Cyphera or Cypher will get her thing activated. Maybe we get another one of Castris. I don't know. We'll see. Hi, Mem. What is a god exactly? At this point, Mem, I don't know. Someone like me. Oh, okay. True. To avoid being controlled. I'm gonna say that. Give me my rewards. Yes. Very nice. Okay, so we're gonna get at least 1 more before the story patch ends, I think. Okay. Well, we're gonna stop here for today. So let's go ahead and close out of this and transition over to this overlay right here. Wow. That was so much more than what I expected to get. Did you guys realize that during that whole story that we played, this whole stream, we did not have a single puzzle section, not a single one, and we only had like 1 required fight. Otherwise, it was literally just dialogue, cutscene, story, just straight. And honestly, now that I had always thought that, you know, what if Star Rail and like what if Hoyoverse Games just got rid of like the game the game part of their game for their story and just focused on making it like a light novel experience, because that really was what it was. What we just experienced there was more of a light novel-ish experience. A light novel? No, not a light novel. A visual novel experience, right? Where lots of dialogue, right? Lots of cutscenes, lots of character interaction and character dynamics, and very little actual gameplay. And I'd always wondered how it would feel like if Star Rail were ever to do something like that. Well, that's pretty much a good example of what we just got. And honestly, I do think I prefer it. Like, whenever we get to a puzzle section in Star Rail now, I'm just like, ugh. You know, like, all right, now I have to stop and do this puzzle for a bit, and it interrupts the flow of the story, in my opinion. I know I know this is a game, right? And I know like a lot of people would want to play the game, right? If they're playing a video game, they want to do something, right? They want to experience some gameplay. But I think Star Rail is enough of a game elsewhere, right? The gameplay is in other parts of the experience. To me, when I'm playing the story of the game, I'm no longer, you know, I no longer really am interested in the gameplay, right? If I'm playing the story of Star Rail, I'm interested in the narrative, the story of Star Rail. So I did like I like the fact that there was no puzzle section. We'll obviously get a puzzle section in the second half of the story when we go to Styxia with Cypher and Castris. But yeah, super interesting stuff. I mean, Aegon Exagris, obviously the star of the show up until now. Castris definitely going to get more attention later in the second half of the story. Really wasn't expecting how political it got. That was really enjoyable. And obviously, so many answers to questions that we all had throughout the past two story patches that I honestly did not expect to get this early. Like the confirmation of Amphorius' history being cyclical, the confirmation that Titans aren't really gods. They're divine, absolutely, but they were former humans, former mortals. Really cool stuff, super fun. Anyway, obviously we'll do a story recap. We'll discuss more of this in detail then. We still have part two, what is likely going to be part two. I don't know if I'll do this in 3 parts. Honestly, I think we probably just finish it next stream. So part two will probably be either tomorrow or Thursday, depending on how I feel. I'm going to go ahead and say it right now. Probably Thursday. Tomorrow is pretty busy, so I'm not sure I'm going to be able to get to it tomorrow. So expect the story reaction part 2 on Thursday. It's going to happen tomorrow or Thursday because I need to do it before the weekend because I don't think I'm going to have time to stream or play this weekend. And now that I'm into the story, I want to finish it. I don't want to be left hanging. So yeah, definitely going to be sometime in the next 2 days, probably Thursday. Maybe if I feel good tomorrow, it'll be tomorrow. Who knows? We'll see. But thank you guys so much for watching. Scarlet3688, if you're still here, thank you so much for joining in. It was a fun time. But we're going to go ahead and end here. Hope you guys have a good night. Till next time. Peace.